Good morning, good evening, and good night, and welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, and he's Algared, and welcome to the Two Grumpy Old Men podcast. I think that's the
That's
best
right.
way I can
It's
put
the
it.
Two Grumpy Old Men podcast.
Yeah. You ask stupid questions, you're going to get yelled at. No,
We were something out the case.
we just had a very good venting session reading the
Oh, we
Lynx
did.
QNA. Oh my God, that is awful. They
I
are
think I've
some of the worst questions I think we've ever seen. Now, I know there's new people and all that, but man, this is like 10 seconds on Google and you could get that question answered.
yep.
Ooh.
I think I was venting giving the worst vent I've ever done, like for a long while.
But yeah,
yes,
we must be masochists because we keep coming back. But
right. That's right.
we've also had a very busy week this week, and I'm definitely feeling it. Agra will tell you, I just when I become sleep deprived, I'm a completely different person. I'm aware of it, but I can be very very
He's
moody.
like Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde.
Very much so. All right,
but he's not that bad. Like, you know, if you're feeling he's bad, he's been worse, and he's you know, we work at it. We both get like that. So, but before we go any further, while I remember, like, subscribe, hit that bell. We are pushing for 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. And if we get 15,000 before the end of Alien Week, we will buy a Sullian ship, one of the new ships that's going to be in concept from Gattaca. They are the industry company of the Xeon, and we'll put that up as a giveaway, doing something like our Not-A-Tuna type setup, or maybe just as a straight giveaway. We haven't yet decided that, but we will buy one and give it away if we reach that 15,000 subscriber mark. So yeah, get your friends.
No, I have to talk about that. I don't know. Probably do it in a video so it goes a bit wider. Or we might do it in multiples, actually. We actually haven't had time to talk about it, to be honest.
No, we have. We haven't decided how we're going to do it. We just know we're going to get one. Yeah. But if you come along to our channel, if you've watched us once and you're back, you clearly like what we do, hit that bell, hit that subscribe button. If you like what we do and you've been coming back, get your friends to watch us and subscribe. Get your family, get your mum, your dad, your brother, your sister, your dog, your cat, your parrot, whatever else. But help us reach that 15K marker, and we'll be most happy. We do have people who often do us super chats and other stuff. The best way you can help us, like, subscribe, and hit that bell.
Yeah. The money. We don't do this for money. We do this for the pleasure of it, and it's just really strange to us because we get a lot of views, but we get a lot more views than we should for our subscriber count. We actually went and looked into it during the other week, and that's kind of what's kind of spurred this on. There's actually I think it's like 55, what was it, 51% of people or something like that are not subscribed, and then the other half is. So it's kind of this weird split. So yeah. Nova A42, thank you for the resupply, the resubscription on Twitch. I'm exhausted. And I'm going to do this for 4 hours. All right. I better turn the bot on one thing out of it because I forgot about that as well.
It all depends on their questions. Remember, you don't ask questions. We end early. And we're quite happy to end early.
I think this will be the one the one time I'll say the caveat for this stream is that if me and Algared at any point are falling asleep or we just want out because we've had a very busy week, we will do so. So yeah, but I think you guys can relate. You'll see it coming. You'll be like, you guys okay?
Yeah, they're fading. They're fading fast. So, and start the bot.
Yep, I'm doing that right now. There we go. We're done. She's working. Up and running.
Yep, I can see the bot says starting bot, so the question should start coming through. So if you've got a question, all you need to do, you don't need to put question in brackets, you just need the word questions anywhere in there, and our bot will drag it, chuck it in, and and we'll get it. And then we'll just work through our questions in the order we get them.
Yeah.
So there's no need to put your question a second time if we're missing it. We will get to it, but to be honest, we usually end up being about an hour behind. So
yeah, eventually after about 3 or 4 hours. All right. I'm trying to think of someone who I would like to pick. Morning to you guys as well as I'm catching up on chat. Actually, I think we'll just pick Nova because Nova did the resubscription there real quick. So Nova we call him Nova, but it's technically Nova
Oh,
42. No, Nova 42. That is it. Nova 42. Well, that's how I see it anyway. So Nova 42. Would you like to please pick a window, and that will select the prize that goes back into the pool to join the Inferno and the 2 skin packs for what we're going to give away. So if you would like to pick a window for me, please, Nova. I just selected him at random. And what comes up there will then... Wait, I need my no expense torch. Hold on. It's some kind of tune. Actually, you know what we need? We need someone to make like a jingle so I can press a button and it goes Not-A-Tuna and like plays it yeah, that'd be great. Someone wants to make a little sound jingle, that'll go nuts. But yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, if you're hearing me there, Nova 42, what window would you like to pick?
Which window are we going to use today? Are we going to go for the square window, the round window, the triangular independence window, or the TIE fighter window?
Green TIE fighter wing, he says. So I think he means window.
Yep.
All right, what do we got?
That does look like a TIE fighter wing.
We got... Oh, that's the new one.
It is.
Why do people keep picking the new one? Like, there's all these ships there, and you keep picking the new one. That is the Zeus, or all 3 Zeus suits, basically. I put that one in. So that one will be going in. The other the other options were so that's also a new one. That is the Dolvenine, Dolvenine. Yep. So that's the skin pack for that.
Yep.
This is, what was this one? This was the Mustang.
The Mustang. The Mustang is still in the bank.
Yep. And then this one must have been the Ballista. So they are the ones. Organize all my paper sleeves now. So we'll be taking these ones off. Well, this is going to be riveting stuff. Watch me pull all these pieces of paper off, isn't it? Yeah. Riveting stuff.
You'll have to take the window away so we can set it up.
Yeah, I will. Are we going that one? No, wrong one. Not that one. I've lost one. Ah, there it is.
And while you're doing that, Ace Hambone, thank you so much for that $10 coffee break, or $10 coffee break, which is about, yeah, very nice. Always appreciated. Never required, never expected, but always appreciated.
Yeah.
But like I was saying before, the best way to show us support, guys, is hit that like, subscribe, and subscription button, and the bell.
All right. Agra, do you want to go into one of the questions for me, but just while I'm doing this, because otherwise it's going to be
so then Strata says, what ships will fit in the new tank? Now he says, what ships will the new tank fit inside?
Same size as
feel free to theorize.
It's the same size as the other tank.
Almost. Yep.
It's basically everything else. You know, everything that you've already kind of seen.
Yep. So
with that, and we got metrics now, so you just follow the metrics.
Yep, so
I think that's why you and I get so annoyed. It would have been fine before, but now it's just...
Yep. You mean with the questions like the Ursa's, not the Ursa's, the Lynx's QNA?
That's a special type of special.
Yeah. I'll try and refrain from the expletives and other things that I was stating it might shock and disbelief from the questions, because they were just blatantly 5 seconds of Googling, 5 seconds of looking in previous Star Citizen dev released information would have given you an answer. But no, people still have to ask the same.
Yeah. But I always try to say, yes, there's always new people, but I don't think it's the new people that get onto the forums that quickly. I think it's I don't know. I just I was saying to Algared, it almost feels like there are people that they get on there. It's like, oh, there's no questions here. I can get my question finally answered, and
what am I gonna ask?
And they don't know what to ask, so they just end up asking something
it's
silly.
like being caught in the headlights. But and to say new people, like, I don't know about you, but when I first found the project, I basically devoured everything I could to try and make my choices.
Yeah, I guess some people are time poor though. I don't know. I'm trying to get my head in their headspace so I can understand where they're coming from. But I don't know. What about you guys in chat? Do you think? I think the system needs to change. I think it really does need downvoting arrows, and they said the whole reason that they don't have downvoting arrows when we talked to Knight Rider from CIG, who's like the head moderator, is they didn't want people piling on other people, and that's for that, right? But for when it comes to those 10 for the 10 questions, then turn it on for that. Why can't you have it so whoever makes a post controls it, so you can, if you want there to be downvoting arrows, you can turn them on. And if you don't want there to be downvoting arrows, you turn them off. Why can't you have both? Why can't it be a system where you choose, if you're like, right, and have it defaultly set so they're off, so it protects new people and they don't get piled on. But if you legitimately are a big boy and you want to put on your big boy pants, you know, you can do that. I'll put this upside down.
I think if you're doing QNA, you know, things for QNA, you want to have downvote because there are some blastedly stupid questions.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if you're one of the people who put those questions up and I call it a stupid bloody question, but most of them are. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It is one. Algared was reading them out while I was getting ready, and it is literally probably the worst I've ever seen, in at least in my recent memory. And yes, we are sleep deprived, so we are probably grumpier than usual. But
in fact, it's
what was the first one?
It's almost worth going through them.
Well, we might go through them for a laugh in a bit. If
although the danger is if we do that, we might go onto a
bit of a rant. Because I don't know, but
all right.
So we'll do a poll and see if they want us to go through it. The other thing I thought we might do, beyond the usual Algared, is our mate Croncy released a video on 3 ships that he thinks should go into the game, and I okayed it with him during the week that we can look at that if you want. It goes for about 10 minutes, and he talks about the ships he thinks should go shown in the game, and I thought we could do a bit of reaction to that, have a little bit of back and forth with him, you know, and see what we think of what his ideas are like. They might be a bit crazy like us. They might be really sound. I don't know. I haven't watched it yet, so I guess we'll find out. So we can do that too if you guys want. Obviously we've got sorry, I'm reading multiple things in chat at the same time. So all right, so Not-A-Tuna is laid out, so we will be probably give it about a few minutes, Algared, and we'll go pick someone. We usually pick 3 people, and then those 3 people go on. Now, what we have done this week to try and fair it up is I've tried to rebalance the latencies. So we'll see. I might even do a test one, Algared, just to see how that goes. Sync Inc. Thank you for the Prime subscription for the 2 months. Going on a 1 month streak. Oh, thank you, Sync. Yeah, so we I don't know. Algared might do a bit of a mix up this week. This witch. See, that's me getting sleep deprived. And see what we can come up with. So we might do a bit of trivia question. We might be, you know, whatever we can find, because I think today's a bit of a what do you call it, a hack job, because we're very tired. So I think we'll just be a bit lazy this week and go a little bit all over the shop. What do you think?
Yeah, it sounds good. Voodoo Child said in the question chat, but it was saying the bot won't pick it out until it's turned on. It doesn't pick the questions out if it's not turned on, but the second it is turned on, it captures anything from the stream.
Yep.
That does have question in it, so it's quite a smart bot in that sense.
Yep.
So
it goes back and grabs it all. That's it.
So so you can always put your questions in. It just we just won't see them until we turn the bot on, and then they all pop up. North End Trooper had a question. He said part 2 because I misclicked. If you go to the Lynx info page from a ship list, it does not. Interesting. Clearly that part didn't come. The first part didn't come through because you misclicked, and I'm not sure what the second part of your question was.
All right,
but
go on to the next question. I'm just gonna.
John says, tick those because they've been done. John says, how much do you expect the Storm to go up in price, or better said, do you think this might be the best LTI token after it releases? No, after it releases, it's not an LTI token anymore. So it's a waste of time. The best LTI token this sale is the Fury, because it's the cheapest one. And
I think he's meaning in context releasing today. I do. You are correct in your thought process, but I think what he's saying is it means it releases today. So yeah.
Yeah, but the Fury's still available because it's a new ship, so it'll be available for the next month. So
that too.
So in that sense,
you're
both going to be available for that period of time.
You're more flexible in the Fury, aren't you? Because it's lower price and it's going to cost the same.
I think there's a $30 difference between the Fury and the Storm, and that $30 is where you might get one or two more LTI, more Warbond CCUs. So
yeah, was it? So it's only $5 difference, isn't it? Really, between the Lynx and the Fury. Now I think about it. Yeah.
Well, the Lynx and the Fury, when the Lynx go, like Lynx is 55 currently in its Warbond price, but it will go to 60.
I don't think many people would lose sleep over if you brought a Lynx as an LTI token by mistake, you know. But like if you're planning, Algared is technically correct. And as I always say, from my point of view, it's the worst type of correct because I look wrong. No, just.
But you know the Lynx. I think the Lynx and Fury, you know, $55 currently in Warbond versus $50. That's $5. But the Storm, that's the one that's not the best LTI token. Like it's just you're just losing that that opportunity to possibly sneak another Warbond CCU in there to reduce your price, and that's generally what you're doing.
Again, though, if you do want to get the Storm, it allows you to play with the Storm. It really is what appeals to you, because obviously, like, I'm doing the math here in my head, right? The Fury, you get a skin and a jacket. The Lynx, I haven't actually looked over. I think you don't get anything.
You get two skins, I think I saw.
Was it 2 skins? So it's the same.
Two skins if you get the one pack.
So it really comes down to what you want to carry over as an extra, or what is the most likely one that kind of appeals to you. Even if you're using it as an LTI token, it's like, well, what are the skins I'm going to come back to and actually want? And so that argument could be made as well, because there is a $5 to $7 skin that you kind of get for free. So it is again, personal preference. You're talking over, you know, $5-10 really at the end of the day with the Warbonds. So
I'm going to pick up a nuance that I think John's question is, which I think I had missed, and that is, what price do you think the Storm will eventually be? Because if the Storm goes up, say, $50 in price, then that's going to be a $50 price saving you'd get on that CCU, which would make it a good option. I don't think it'll go up. I don't think the price jump, though, will be big enough to warrant, you know, to cover that $30 loss or $20 loss that you're not getting with the Fury versus the Storm. So,
well, traditionally, sub $100 was like a $5 increase, but we've seen in more recent times it's now a $10 increase. It seems to be, and it was the $100 to $200 mark that would do that. But again, I think they're getting more funds type of thing. So my final resting place is $90, which is the same price as a Gladius. I don't know if you're in the same ballpark there.
Yeah, I'd probably look at that. It's not. I don't think it's going to be as expensive as the tank, as the Nova, because the Nova's got more versatility in terms of it's got the crew compartment at the back. It's a single person vehicle, a bit like the tank's a single person control vehicle, but because it is slightly smaller, I expect the price to be different. And it's got a smaller gun, doesn't it? The Nova's got a size.
Yeah, so a lot of people were expecting that to be a size 4, and it turned out to be size 3s or size 3.
Mm.
But it is essentially a bespoke gun. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that's probably my biggest question about, like, if they do a Q&A on this thing. I've read through it very briefly because, like, just before we streamed or recorded this morning, but we'll obviously go back and have a look at it. That's why we kind of do the buyer's guides, because sometimes you just don't have enough time to look at it before we do the morning show type of thing.
Yeah,
So
we do a first looks type thing, and then we'll
yeah,
go back and try and delve in and dig deep and get every
yeah,
bit of information we can, and then try and do a buyer's guide.
yeah. And I was passed out like a light, so we really still haven't had time to look at it yet. But again, it really does look like a bespoke gun, especially coming from, well, as we said in the show, Algared, from Hurston Dynamics. It's about damn time we got some more guns from them. But,
yeah. Well, clearly, old man Hurston's finally been listened to. You know.
Yeah. I now can't unsee.
I
now can't unsee you as like Doc Brown from Back to the Future there in Hurston, trying to make some like weapons or something with all the uwu girls going. Oh. Anyway.
I'm never gonna live over.
No, you are inherently linked.
I hate you, Paul.
Inherently linked to the uwu girls. It's just visual.
Whoever insisted that Paul get me to say uwu. Yeah.
I was there for that. That's the funny part. I remember it all very well. All right. Yeah, so everyone seems to be on around about the same page from what I'm seeing in both chats about the price of the Storm. I guess, yeah. If you want to let us know a statement of what CCUs you got at Invictus so far, or you know how much you've saved, that's the type of thing me and Algared like to hear, to know that some information we passed on you has helped you. Yep. I think the other one would be, did you get a Storm? Because I'm going to be honest, the only thing I want to hear about it if you got a Lynx is not if it came with your Phoenix. That I don't care for, because you've already got the Phoenix. What I want to know is if you brought one and why. Because
one as a standalone.
Yeah, and if it was just LTI token, don't need to hear that, because the thing I just can't see the reason why anyone would buy a Lynx to essentially downgrade the Ursa they have. So yeah, I think I can see people buying them outright, but I just can't see, man, upgrading an Ursa to one. Like, there was, what was that one that you found after the show, Algared, and we were like, you brought it up to me, and I was like, why would they do that?
Yeah, because they had the Phoenix. They're selling the Phoenix. Phoenix with an Ursa, but it's actually not with an Ursa included. It's just a standard Phoenix. Oh, sorry, Phoenix with a Lynx, and it's just a standard Phoenix.
Yeah.
Any Phoenix you got now has a Lynx.
Yeah, and I think it's things like that that make the questions, like in the Q&A, weird, because people get confused when you.
And then I don't have a Lynx. No, you've got a Lynx with your ship. The Phoenix comes with a Lynx and a P-52, a P-72. Yeah. It had a Ursa as a loaner. And so when you put it in the sale saying, oh, we've got this, you know, the Phoenix with a Lynx.
Yeah.
It's always come with a Lynx.
People wonder, they're like,
do
I need to melt this and now upgrade? Do I need to buy it? Like, again, again, a lot of that stuff is hidden in that little triangle tab you got to expand, and some people don't even look in there. But we'll see. Yeah.
But even the when you buy the ship, it's not the Lynx and the P-72 are not listed because they're part of the tools on the ship. You've almost got to go to the page where CIG have their ships that are, you know, the ships are included, and that lists all the ships that are default listed with things that they're not listed in the package. They're just part of a ship's actual equipment. So, you know, the Aquila's got the Ursa and a P-52. The Andromeda's got a P-52. The Carrack's got a Pisces C8 and an Ursa.
So, Algared, let's start with us then.
Yep.
Did you pick anything up at Invictus? I've picked up a few CCUs. That's about it. I've picked up like some of the daily ones. Like I got an Eclipse one, and I got I think I got the Spartan one, and a couple of just 2 or 3 of them to build out some chains that I was working on. But that I haven't, and I didn't get a Fury. I haven't got a Storm yet. The Storm might get one for a giveaway, and hold on to it for a bit and check it out. I did pick up one of the things I do is a lot of paints. So I buy and melt a lot of paints back into buyback. So and especially some of those rarer concierge ones that become limited afterwards. So I tend to buy like 5 of them and then just melt them the next day because I can buy 5 of them back then if people want them and stuff like that. Because you always find someone 2 or 3 years later, it's like, oh, it's such a shame I couldn't get that. I'm like, here you go, So they're like, oh wow, thanks, So I always like to help people out like that. Is the best link for included vehicles? All right, hang on, let me have a look at that. I'll have a look at that in a minute, Lemming. Shouldn't have done it there though. Ugh.
And to answer to a question, but you asked, no, I have, but I haven't. So I picked up a couple of Furies. I intend to pick up a couple more, mainly because I'm buying things as prizes for Crux Cup and
this is actually worth
like that. So
this is actually worth sharing here. So this is a really good official CIG support. Included fighter vessels, snubs, and rovers. So there you go. And it literally just right there in black and white answers all your questions.
And that's a 5-second search.
Yeah.
Find that.
So yeah, thank you for that, Irish, one of our mods.
But that's a standard thing you go to. But you can find that information for the constellations and what they get in their brochure. You can find, most of them you'll find that information in a brochure or stuff is said, but it's just standard stuff, and it doesn't take long to seriously find that, and yet then you get a sale that says, oh, the Phoenix is coming with an Ursa and or a Lynx, and you go and look at it, and it's not an extra, it's just the. So yeah, I find that frustrating. So
it is what it is, isn't it? So
yeah.
Did you want to go through the Lynx Q&A, or should we just, I don't know, for a bit of a laugh? Look, I'll put up a poll and then we'll see what they say. Yeah, right. I'll ask the question now. If you want to go into the next question, please.
Yeah, well, I'll do a Nova 42 question. Their question is tied to the Storm. They've got 2 parts. The second part was what ship does it fit in? I'm ignoring that because we've already answered it. Just look at the metrics. But what are our thoughts on the use and role of the Storm?
Yeah, so the description on the floor, I think, told us a lot about that from the files. And also inherently told us that we're getting artillery. So it's designed to go behind enemy lines and destroy artillery. And I think that electronic gun kind of speaks to that. It's more, it sounds, you correct me if you think I'm wrong here. I think it's kind of a more short range, really powerful, kind of eats through shields or goes through shields or removes shields really quickly and does damage into the vehicle to kind of damage the components of it and then get out. So it's designed to disable and do some damage that will take some time to repair. So it's quick hitting. Like it's essentially like a Polaris akin to, say, a Perseus that's more defensive. So it's designed to get in, turn something off, and then get out without getting hurt. And I think the guns really kind of speak to that. And the fact that it's a 1-person craft. Like, you're trying to get in there and really, it's got to be a very quick tank if you do the math. Like, again, it's meant to be it's got a big footprint, but it's only got 1 person as opposed to 3 in the Nova. So I also think it does have a shield generator, which also speaks to it not having armor. But it is also a tank, so they don't really talk about the armor. That's one of the interesting things. We don't really have a stat. Like, it's not like medium armor, heavy armor, light armor, like, or a number, or we don't have any metric for that yet. We just go, it's got armor, it doesn't, or it might say light or heavy, but what is light or heavy? It doesn't. Armor's like one of the most mysterious things left, isn't it? So yeah.
It's one of those hard things to gauge as to what is how they're going to go with it. So yeah, it's a 6 to 1, half a dozen of another. In some ways, it's
yes.
just trying to work it out, and I don't think we've got too much we can go on this. But the main thing is we've got the information about the weapon. It's and the description. We know it was developed in the Tavaran War.
Yep.
To go after Tavaran artillery. So go race behind the line and take it out. Artillery tends not to be as heavily armored as tanks or other vehicles because it's at the back line.
I think though, if it does have a bespoke gun, that really kind of does limit its role, and it having a gun that we've never seen before, and the way that if you've looked at the 3D model, there is clearly a hose between the gun and the thing next to it, which kind of really does dictate that it's bespoke. And it looks like this has been designed for a very specific role. And again, what I said there before, I said that to Badges, and Badges says, you know, he's the military guy. He kind of said that made a lot of sense. And this is going by their own description. So it's taking their own words and visualizing what they're going to do and looking how, you know, the military stuff kind of works. So, yeah.
And Negativity has a $10 super chat in YouTube. And he says, I have a Phoenix Emerald. Where is my Emerald Lynx? Spent $0 at Invictus launch week. CIG. Keep giving me reasons to buy nothing. Don't buy small ships. Read what that last bit is.
It's still $100 away from Wing Commander 2 years running. Wow, yeah. It's kind of, we've talked about this a bit before in the past, haven't we, Algared? I think if you go out and you buy a skin pack for a skin, it really does need to do all the ones in that pack. It's just a little and you hope, right? So obviously it's like, you got to remember they are quite kind of busy. My hope is they come back to something like that, and I think it is kind of justified. Like, look at some of the ones for the character example; they're $30 and stuff like that, and that seems really expensive for that. But if that's for the Pisces, that's also, because there's the one for the Pisces and for the character. You would hope that they bring in one out in the future that gives a similar tone color scheme to the Ursa.
That does the Ursa, yeah.
And it's the same thing
vice
here.
versa with the Emerald.
Yeah.
But yes, they haven't got the Emerald Lynx yet. The QNA does indicate that they will have one down the line, or there'll be more skins. But
and guess what? They'll probably charge you for it too. If you look at what they've done with the Carrack, they'll probably charge you, you know, another $3 or $5, or make it an upgrade for $5. So it's essentially like a CCU, and that's what they did with the Carrack. Because when you bought the skin, what was it, the Expedition? You had to buy. So it was a what was it? What was that skin that you and I bought?
It was the Expedition. It was a C8 to C8X upgrade.
But there was like multiples at the time.
Changed the skin to the red.
But remember, there was like a couple of options. So it was like, you can get it just for the Carrack, the Carrack and the Pisces, and then it was or just the Pisces and not the Carrack. That was the other one. I was trying to remember what it was. So they gave you all the options at the time, and so they're going to charge you for it. But
if you're nerdy like us, you want everything to be the same, because
all right. So it looks like we've got about 60% of people want us to go through that on the YouTube, and this one has not finished. I can't see it on Twitch for some reason. It's like just completely disappeared. Okay, so I'm going to assume yes, Algared. So we'll go through. Let's go through this. There's only 10 questions, so we can go through it really quick. So you can see what me and Algared are talking about. So this first one seems very, like, all of them seem a bit, well, okay, I don't know. Maybe we should rate.
The first one made me roll my eyes and cuss.
Right. So what we should probably do, I don't know, maybe we can do this with chat as well, and see if we can kind of order them in level of stupidity, but we'll see. So I think we'll just find the most stupid one. All right. So as we go through, we'll go, is this more stupid than the previous one? So let's have a look at that. So, will the passenger cabin have special cushioning or suspension to prevent guests' inventory or beverages from being jolted when traveling quickly through rough terrain or along steep slopes? By the way, I'm not going to be rereading the responses because they are very obvious. That seems a bit silly to me. But I also, at the
Yep.
same time, if I sit here looking from an outsider looking in, that almost sounds like they're trying to justify the existence of this thing in a
Why
way.
should I? Yeah, is it going to be better for me? Like,
So yeah. All right. So that's our baseline. All right.
yep.
Does the Lynx have better armor or shields than the Ursa to provide additional protection for VIP guests? And I'd have to assume as well that that is a yes, because you'd want to protect your VIP guests. But it actually does say the Lynx shields remain the same. The hull is also lighter, so it's actually got less armor. So it's actually a downgrade. So this thing's faster, essentially.
I don't think it's got less armor. It's the frame is less durable, because they actually go on and say it's got minor armor plating to balance it out. So the frame is less durable. So if you bump it, you're going to damage it.
So maybe that's so maybe it's the other
to kind of counter it. So it's
okay, yeah. All right, so maybe it's the same, but it goes faster.
So yeah.
Okay.
But it's But I think that's probably a better question than the first one.
Will the Constellation Phoenix and Emerald come with the Lynx rover? Yes, for new and existing
Always
owners.
been blatantly obvious that it can do that. So yep.
Is there a storage? So that's, I'm going to be honest, that's probably the dumbest one so far.
Yep.
I can sit here and I can really stretch to see why they asked these, but again, these are available any day of the week to be answered, and that's kind of, as an older backer, when we see ones like this, and I'm sure there's people in chat that'll be able to explain this. These are things that are Google, you know. So we want 10 things that are unanswerable because we don't have the information. So when someone comes along and asks a question that is easily answered by almost anyone that has been around a while, that's just lazy. And therefore you haven't asked the right person. And if you turn around and say you don't have friends, that is such a cop out, because you can go in a game chat and literally in game ask people these questions and they'll answer them for you. That's how friendly this community is, because they know if they answer it there, you're not asking it someone else, and things like this don't happen. So yeah.
Yep.
Is there space and storage for bodyguards and their equipment? Wow. Okay, that's the I think that one takes the cake now.
Yeah. Are the passenger area closets set up as vehicle inventory?
Yeah. There are 2 of them next to the VIP. I guess maybe they're struggling to get 10 questions for this one, but yeah. Does the Lynx have any extra means of self-defense like countermeasures? No. As the Lynx has different tire setup than the Ursa, will it perform differently over uneven terrain, for example? So this is a good question. That I can get behind that one.
Yep. And that's kind of, and that's related. Like, I think that first question is really asking that type of question.
Yeah.
It's just really, that first question was really poorly worded.
Yeah, as I said, the Lynx has a higher top speed, it is a lower weight, lower durability hull. The handling remains the same, blah, blah, blah. So it really is roughly the same, because as you said, Algared, using the armor to compensate for the
lower durability.
But essentially that all just translates to it's fast. It can run away faster.
Run away faster, but they're the same.
Yep. Will exterior interior parts be interchangeable between the two? The ability to upgrade, change wheels, suspension is something we plan to support in the future. Oh, there you go. So you can actually take the wheels and put it on the. Okay, not a stupid question. All right, I can see that one's pretty good.
The ability to swap and change between chips and components and stuff makes sense, and down the track, you'd hope that would be the case.
Wow. Okay, so that this one now takes the cake, I think. Yep. Will the Lynx have roughly the same exterior dimensions to the Earth and thus fit into the same ships? That one takes the cake for stupidity.
Because we know that it was built on the same chassis. Like
that, I'm sorry, but that is like super Googleable. I feel bad going off at people. I really do, especially when I'm this grumpy. But that's such a silly question. Yep. And I know there's someone there going, "There's no such thing as a silly question." And it's my mum in my head, by the way.
Right.
But there is, because that's just lazy. That's
like I do get that. Yes, if someone asks a question, there are probably 10 to 20 people with the same question. You know, like in any normal classroom, if a student asks a question, regardless of how dumb you might think it is, or how silly it might seem, or how blatantly obvious it is, you can guarantee there's 3 or 4 other students who have that question. And so in that sense, there is no dumb question, but there are questions where you can easily research or find the answer yourself, or oh, did you read the textbook? Oh, no. Well, if you read the textbook, it's in that first paragraph. That type of thing. So
I just realized we're on the browser. So no one can see the questions. I'm tired. Sorry, guys. Apologies. Well, you heard what we were saying anyway. So yeah. Yeah, and then there's ones like this too that I don't know. This is a tough one for me because they showed off the interior on ISC a couple of weeks ago. So if you, before this question would have been asked, you could have answered this. So again, maybe this person just missed ISC or didn't Google and find the images. Again, it feels like these are
don't want to do the work.
Yeah,
these
are phoned in type of answers. So does the Lynx have a luxury interior meet for short excursions? Doesn't include a bed or other facilities, but you know what the interior is like because you can look it up pretty quickly. And there are multiple YouTube videos that came out when that Lynx interior came out.
Yeah, hell, we even did one.
Yep, that's exactly it. So there's almost no excuse. How do players access the vehicle's components, such as the Lynx journey? Will there be See, that's not a terrible question. Merely putting the vehicle, the component bay is ahead of you. Yep, that's I've literally been inside this thing. It is literally straight inside the door, directly on the other side. You open it and it's got all these little vehicle components. Quite nice.
I do like that there's actually a mission box in there as well.
Yep.
So you can actually do box missions.
All right, here's a good question. What makes me what stands out for the Lynx, and what would have me pick it over the Ursa Rover? The Lynx provides a slightly more agile, faster method of transport with exceptional views for all aboard. The trade-off is a much less practical rear section of cargo. Yeah, so basically nothing.
Yep.
I'm sorry, speed when you're exploring.
Speed.
You're exploring. You are you are generally not going to run into bad shit if you use your brain.
But if you're doing scouting, that all-round view or that better view area is probably an advantage. But
yeah, maybe for recon, but realistically, having more people with you in the Ursa is probably going to make you more safer because they're going to have guns and stuff. What is the champagne? What is the champagne bottle or the cigar going to do to defend you? Nothing.
Yep.
So yeah.
And the other thing is, when you've got the Ursa, if you've got two people, you can still have two SCU of cargo. So there's that trade-off.
Yeah. So it's almost like some of these questions are really good because they're actually trying to see what the difference between the Lynx and the Lynx and the Ursa is and why it's better. Same components. Does the Lynx Rover come or have an option for specific paint custom through all Ursa and Lynx paint? Oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting. So Ursa and Lynx paints are compatible. So that essentially means that we already do have an emerald skin for the Ursa, so we already have a skin for the Lynx. Does the Lynx come with a stocked fridge? Oh my god. Japan is provided by default and Lynx along with a few soft beverages. Okay. Who cares? They're cheap.
Yeah.
They buy them in game. Okay. All right. I don't know. That was
my question with the Ursa Rover, is it an actual Ursa? It's a emerald skin on that Ursa.
I think I hit a button there. I don't know how long that was on, but I actually hit the one that turned all the volume off, so no one would have heard what you said. Sorry. I fat fingered the wrong button. So you want to say that again, please?
The question was, does the Ursa Emerald, is that actual paint, or is it just a default Ursa?
I think at the end of the day, it comes back to a texture. So at the end of the day, they can make it whatever they want.
Like, it should be a paint, but if it's not, if it's not a paint, you can't actually apply it to the Ursa. So the Lynx. So.
Well, if you look at the other skins in game, they essentially become skins. Even things like the character acquisition is a skin. So I would have to assume everything becomes a skin, and therefore it's transferable.
Eventually a bare skin, but may not be the case at the moment, I suppose.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, you are right, Hook. It is the default, but you can put another skin over the top of it. Yeah. So there's no Ursa skins at the moment, so that's why it's in that grey area. But it's, again, look at the ones we've got today. That might be a really good test. Take the look at the
those emerald skins that we're looking at.
No, I was gonna say just take the skins, like the burgundy one or whatever, and see if they work to the Ursa. I'm gonna assume at the moment they don't because they haven't upgraded the Ursa to the new system, but we'll see.
But that's what I was saying. That those new skins they've released today, the Lynx skins.
Yep.
From that question, they are going to be also Ursa skins, and any Ursa skins we've got are also going to be Lynx skins. So that's quite a nice little.
All right, Algared. I think we're at the time we should probably pick someone for Not-A-Tuna.
Not-A-Tuna.
Not-A-Tuna. All right. So. What? How do you want to do this first one?
Whoa.
I think I'm going to go back to that trivia question I posted to you last week.
Okay.
I think we'll do that one first, and you can either think of another question and run it by me, or run around your house like a crazy madman and try to find something that you think will appeal. We'll see. I'll have to think about it
I've got one that I hope will work.
All right. Well, do you want to do that first, or do you want me to do?
We can try it. We can try that. The one I think I've got.
All right.
And if people have watched our channel, they should know.
Yep. Well, I've got a backup then, don't I? If no one knows what it is. All right. Go for it, Algared.
Okay. So, who is responsible for the creation or rebuild of the first Vandal glaive? Rebuilt by Asperia. Who is responsible for it?
Oh, I was going to say Asperia. Well, that rules me out then. Yeah, see? There we go. Someone else said the same thing.
No, not Asperia.
So it's the person who worked at Asperia.
Nope.
No? Oh.
Nope.
Right. Yep. I think that emoji speaks for how I'm feeling. So melting. No. It's a tuna.
Not a tuna.
You mean yeah. So everyone's just now Googling it, like.
Yep, they are.
All right, so I think that is probably a loss.
And if I really knew it, lack of knowledge.
That's all right. All right.
No, not to find it.
All right. So do you want to go back to mine then?
Yep, we'll try yours.
All right. So mine was, I'm actually going to go back and because I worded it a lot better because I was coherent back then.
Moderator says, "Oh, I know this one." Iris says, "I know it. I know it."
Iris knew what that last one was he?
Shinobi Trip is right. Getting close.
Oh, I still haven't.
It is a Hurston.
All right.
But which Hurston? Blankety blanks.
All right. So.
Show.
Ooh, we just got a raid from Expat. How you doing, Expat? Good to see you.
Lovely. Hey,
welcome to Infowars. She keeps calling it Infowars, not Inforunners. So yeah, welcome to Inforunners. I'm Alan. This is Jones.
So Chris, no, it's not Ariel, and Northend Trippet, no, it's not Constantine.
No. All right. So we're just doing our Not-A-Tuna giveaway, and so we're going to do a new question. So thanks for joining us, those people that joined it with Expat. So you have a chance to win and have a spin of the wheel and pick a play school window to potentially win a ship at the end of the show. So yeah. All right, so I'm going to go with my question.
Yep.
This is to YouTube and to Twitch. So here we go. How did you get the MSR Night Runner skin? I want to know what you had to do to get that. First person to answer it will go into the draw to get to pick. That's my question.
And Francis actually got my question.
Irish knows this.
It.
Oh, he Googled it, did he?
Yep. Yeah, Francis said I Googled it. But he got it right. Great Uncle Victor Hurston.
Ooh. Yep, Chris is the closest, but I'm waiting. I want to know exactly what it was called. Yep. I got a second person on Twitch that's basically said the same thing, but I need the name of it. Ooh, I think Expat's got it, but we can't do content creators. Sorry, Expat.
Yeah, we made that rule
because the stuff from CIG. There we go. Kazam got it. Join the manhunt. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. I'm going to Google it myself now. Pretty sure that's what it was called. I got to double check. Yep, that's it. Join the manhunt. He got it. Did you Google that? He probably did. He had enough time to Google it. But yeah, good job. Who was it that dropped that first? I think it was on Kazam. There we go, Kazam. All right, yeah, good job, Kazam. I'm gonna add you to the list. You are number 1 for today. You do need to be here at towards the end of the show to be able to do it again. So what there'll be is we're gonna get 3 people like that. Kazam's the first one, and then we will do another question or something like that for just 3 people, and they're the only ones that can kind of answer it, and the first one of them to answer is the one that gets to pick. So this is just our weird little mini game, I guess you can call it. But yeah, I don't know, it's a bit of fun, something different. Yeah. All right. So what's up? Do you remember what's under their Algared or where they could be? Should we give people a refresher? So we have the Microtech skin pack for the 4 ships from the subscriber flare. We also have the Arc Corp one, I believe it is. No, wait. No, it's Microtech. No, it's Crusader and Microtech are the 2. So there's 2 of those still in there. Then we have an Inferno, Ares Inferno. And the one that got selected today by Nova42 was the all the Zeus subscriber players. So the Zeus suits, which there are 3. So you'll get 3 of those. Right. And we're just random. So what we do is we choose 4 that we put out at the start, and then someone picks a window, and that's the one that goes in every week. And we've got this many now to go in, so we could probably do this for a while, or Algared.
That's right. We can keep this going forever.
Yeah. I'm just checking. Yeah. So these are all the other. I'm just making sure that they haven't. Yeah. These are all the new ones. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 more things to go in. So we can at least do this for another 8 weeks.
With 4 prizes.
And then 4 more. So 12 weeks. Well, there you go. So we've got enough for a while. Yeah. Oh,
prize goes each week.
I haven't told you this, but I guess I can kind of announce it here. While I'm away, I found a solution to the live streaming problem. Paul is off.
You did mention this.
But I did mention it. So Paul is going to stream to make it better, because I know you don't have the best connection. So Paul is going to take over the live streaming duties while I'm away. I don't know if he's going to have the same interface or what he's going to do. We'll talk about that in between. So it might be a completely different look for a month. But yeah, Algared, you'll be able to join Paul for those 4 episodes.
4 more episodes.
And Not-A-Tuna might have to go on a break, just because Paul, obviously I've made a very custom setup here.
He doesn't have, that's right.
Yeah, so
he doesn't have access to the bits.
But I can technically I can just send them to him and he prints them out. So it just might not have the whiteboard or something. He might be able to jerry rig something. We'll see what happens, but no promises. Okay, so again, I've done something very bespoke here, but that's what we wanted. We wanted something different, so it's not just.
We wanted it to be uniquely Inforunners.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, you have to kind of be, so we're going to be, Kazam, it'll be, so we're about an hour in now. It'll be in about probably 3 hours time. So if you can be around then, if you're not here, that's fine. It just means you're giving up your chance to win one of those prizes.
Yep.
All right then, Algared, do you want to take a couple more questions and then we'll go back to ISC?
North End Troopers' original question was, if you click on the Lynx front page, it tells you it's not a game package, so you need to make sure you've got a game package. Make sure a game package is implied, but he says it's not present on the ship list page. So, but yeah, have to check that out. Haven't looked at that yet, so we will have to make sure we do check out the links, whether it is a game package or not. I'm pretty certain it's not though. And then check whether it's confusing in terms of their publication at the moment.
Real quick, Kazam, do you want to give yours up to Amata Muzzle, who was the second person that guessed after you, since you're going to be not here in a couple of hours because it's 2 a.m. for you. So just let us know if you want to give up your slot to the next person that guessed it. And we'll go from there. All right, Algared, next question, please, bud.
It's Fizz. Do you think the Storm will also only fit inside the Hercules, or more accurately, ships that can carry vehicles at that size? Because it seems to be the same height as the Nova. Yes.
It is not the same height. It is the same width. Because if you actually line up the tracks, like in current military, that's how they design tanks to all have the same width. That's why the Humvee is a thing. They needed a Jeep that could follow essentially the tank, so they made it very wide so it runs in the same tracks as the tank, and they're not all driving like this. So yeah.
Yep.
Nova
42 has a question.
Yeah.
Any speculation on the Nova tank?
Yep.
Getting a war bond CCU this Invictus?
All right.
Funny you should ask.
Yes. All right. So Amatus 06, Kazam's giving him his spot up for you. So if you're going to be here, let us know. If not, well, we'll just have one less person in the final thing. So Martis, you need to be here at the end. All right.
So your question about whether there will be a CCU for the Nova Tonk, we think there may be, mainly because at the beginning of the sale today there was a Nova Tank CCU.
Yeah, when I first refreshed, when I first opened the page, it literally said Nova Tonk, and then I went back and people were saying, "Oh, it's the Aquila," or the Aquila, and I'm like, "Huh?"
Yeah,
and then I opened a new window and looked at it and went to Aquila, and then I went back and the Tumblr one had gone, and I'm like, and then I went back to the other tab and it was still there, and I'm like, ah,
there might be one for tomorrow. So
yeah,
that's our guess. But yeah.
See what happens.
So that's our speculation.
But why would the art in that be there if it's not real? So someone had to make that art. So there's a high likelihood it is what it is.
Yeah, can't remember what the actual price was, but it was valued at I think $80 on the screen. I don't know if your tab's still there.
Yeah.
Francis Daniels, who did Google and find out, but yes, it was Victor Hurston who commissioned the Asperia boys to rebuild his Vandal Glaive, and it was unveiled at an IAE, and the big thrill was him getting in it and flying away, much to the enjoyment of the crowd. So his question is, what do you think is some relatively simple content but CIG can add to the game that will make the game a lot more fun?
Star map. It's not simple, but the star map. I think every content creator or anyone that's played the game really wants that star map upgrade. It's just a huge quality of life improvement.
To be working better. The number of times it breaks or doesn't, you can't lock onto the area you're trying to go to, or it just doesn't work. It's frustrating. So yeah, that'd be a big thing to make the game more fun, because it would mean you wouldn't be getting frustrated. So yeah. Jock Cop has a question. They say, first ever Invictus with nothing over $100. Do you prefer these smaller, cheaper sales, or want more variety of choice in cost?
So it's kind of good from a volume perspective, but as we said, the main reason for this is so they can get more work done. They're obviously polishing in the background, trying to get Squadron 42 out the door. And obviously, if it's a smaller vehicle, it requires less people to work on it. It's that simple, So essentially, if you look at it, they can have 3 people work on these ships as opposed to, and again, one of them is a concept. So, they only have to maybe 5 to 10 people for all the ships that are currently in development. In the retrospect, if you look at the other way, say they did a Polaris. Now that's probably 5 people on its own type of thing, or the bigger it gets, the more people you need. We do know that when they last worked on the Constellation, it took an entire year for 2 people. And that's not the biggest ship out there. I would say that's kind of middle of the road, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and when they worked on the Phoenix, it was just the midsection they worked on, and it took ages as well. So
Yep.
So it does take a long time. My biggest concern with the small sail is the fact that the smallest ship, the only ship we've got, is the Fury, which is a snub ship, which is more expensive than an Aurora, which may encourage people to go down that line and end up being up the creek in the long run.
Oh, I thought Mr. Heavy Bob was very observant. He's saying, I thought Squadron 42 was cancelled. It's not in the store anymore. Ah, it's not in the store, but it is on squadron42.com.
Yeah, you got to go to the...
They moved it.
That's right. Mr. Heavy Bob.
So they moved it. That's definitely a sign of things to come.
Yep. So and we still get our Squadron 42 monthly report.
Yeah. So yeah, they're definitely moving things around in the background, preparing for something. What could it be? I wonder. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Yep. Probably more. Yep. Because on Twitch says I smell a price increase, and I do agree with that. I think it's going to go to a fully $60. What is it now? $50. So it's probably going to jump up to $60, $70, something like that. Collector's editions as well. They'll probably bring back the ability, like what's the one that you could? There was a silver and there was a green one, but I reckon they'll probably bring out another color to preserve those ones, and have a collector's edition. You know, there
were several box colors.
I don't remember. The only ones I remember are silver and green. But you tell me any different.
I can't remember the colors. I do remember the 4, because they made a picture, and each one had a different ship.
They were samples of what they wanted the box to be, and we voted on them. And then once the Constellation won that vote, they then made a green one and a silver one that came after that. That's how I remember it anyway.
I just remember there were 4 they talked about. I do remember there was questions that a lot of the collectors had, and usually people who had who had Pokemon Syndrome, and they were asking, is there an option to get all the boxes? And at the time, it was they expected the boxes, yes, then they expected the boxes to be this, or the upgrade packs to be this. But
Algared, let's get to the crux of it then. Would you feel bad if they were to offer some of the contents for the collector editions, say you and I got long ago, for more money? And I wouldn't have a problem with that.
No,
it just means we got it cheaper.
One of the things I did was and this was a catch for a lot of people as they were upgrading to the digital completionist pack. It meant you had to get rid of your physical goods that came with that, and so you literally bought a 20 pack or something just to have those stuff which you would sell, you know, and melt later on when they added the add-on pack. So, but the question was, would they have?
And because of things like that, right? So the one I've got an LTI Constellation with the silver box, right? And at the time that was like $225, right? And the Constellation's gone up just on its own. But that long time ago, 3 or 4 years ago,
it's even longer.
I saw one for $600.
Oh, yeah.
And I reckon there'll be a lot more than that now. But yeah, and it comes with weird things like a Constellation USB stick, and you know, so all these things, pie in the sky things. Like if it's an actual USB stick with like just a Constellation as a sticker, I'm going to be, but no, literally it's meant to be a model Constellation, and the game comes on that, so you open it and you put it in and install the game. So yeah, that could be interesting, darling. If you're going to climb on deck, you have to sit down.
Yep. So let's see, what did I have? Let's see if I can find a game.
See if we can. If Irish, if you're around, man, can you see if you can link me the one of those packages, and we'll open it and have a look at it. Actually, I could just go in while we're talking, Algared, while you do the next question.
I got mine in 2015. This was after going digital, and picking up this as a side issue. It was
let
box.
Don't read it out because I can open it on mine. So just let me open it and we'll flick it over, and then people can see. because
But mine's not LTI. It's just 6 months, and it's one of the few ships that packs that I've got.
yeah.
And the idea was just to melt this once I made the
Do you
packages
remember?
available.
Do you remember Hayes sitting down and getting really jealous because I had it with LTI? I remember that way back in the day. I don't know if you remember that. It was a long time ago. You were there though. I remember it. Right, let's kick it over. So this is actually like a pretty rare. So a lot of the really old stuff, they didn't have art, right? So they just had these icons and stuff. So you can see here, I got this in September 26, 2013. So we're going back over 10 years ago now. And I get a Revel in York hanger, a Constellation Andromeda, lifetime insurance, deluxe silver collector's box, and the other one. Do you have the green one, Algared? I think
No, I've got the silver.
It must be, maybe it was Hayes that had the green, but I know there's a silver and green one. I get a spaceship shaped USB drive, a CD of game soundtrack, glossy fold up star map, which is just going to be
poster.
Yeah, poster. 6 spaceship blueprints, 3-inch model of spaceship. So not only do I get a USB stick, I get.
Didn't that get upgraded to the 10-inch model, and that got?
Yeah, probably.
That became the model that the
potentially, and that model also has to be redone because it's now the constellation's changed again. Remember that? Yeah. So hardback.
Whether I'll do that is another thing.
So you also get a book, which is the hardback making of Star Citizen. Legacy Alpha. So those that don't know what Legacy Alpha is, Legacy Alpha is basically just means you get Squadron 42 and you get Star Citizen, which is
the Legacy Alpha was not that. Legacy Alpha was a way to get into Arena Commander when it was first released.
But it also does come with Squadron 42 and it's both of them.
That wasn't Legacy Alpha. That wasn't how Legacy Alpha was working from my memory. From my memory, it was
at the time. But the only thing that's carried over into the future, as in like now, is Squadron 42 and Star Citizen together. I'll show you later.
Okay.
I'll show you later.
The big thing that they did with the Legacy Alpha was they gave 5,000 Alpha UEC. It gave you Alpha. Yeah. It gave you UEC.
That could be true, but as I said, the main thing I took away was just the So there's also a digital Star Citizen manual, which is So it's pretty standard, but there are some weird things in there, and you can see why they got rid of a lot of the physical good stuff because they knew that they were going to have to go get all this stuff made. And it's just going to be a lot of extra stuff. And if they're going to make 5,000 of these, why wouldn't they go out and make more and sell them? Like, it's a potential money raising thing. Like, I don't know about you, Algared, but I could see them going $100 and you get you get a physicalized copy of the game and you get a bunch of this stuff. And they could do a whole bunch of different versions of it. They could go the $200 all in and you get all this weird random shit like this, or you could just get the founders pack and maybe it just comes with a USB stick. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Algared?
Yeah, I think the main reason they got rid of the physical goods was because it was just something they you needed to have it ready to ship and they needed to lock it in. And so yeah, that was the main thing.
All right. Well, if you've got nothing else to add, go on to the next question for me, please, bud.
Just so you know, I just did Google the Legacy Alpha stuff. And CIG's official response, and I'll send you a link. So they say, in the early days, Star Citizen campaign, we had packages that were sold with Alpha slots. Originally, packages with Alpha slots would be granted free access to Star Citizen pre-release modules, including Arena Commander, Social Module, Star Marine, etc. Packages without Alpha needed to buy the module pass.
Yep. And I'm telling you now, time has passed. What it turns out to be is you essentially get Squadron 40. It's the combo pack. You essentially get both. You know how they split it? Do you remember when they split it and you actually got Star Citizen and you had to buy Squadron 42 separately? Alpha comes with both.
The thing is, even looking at your package there, X, you've got the Alpha pack and you've got Squadron 42 and Star Citizen download. Yep. So that seems irrelevant. But basically, what they say is it means nothing.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, the only part you need to take away is what I said, because I've done this with a lot of people. Okay, put it this way: why do you reckon they sell for so much? And the reason they sell for so much is because it comes with Squadron 42 as well as Star Citizen.
The reason it sells so much is because of the physical goods.
No, there one. Okay, all right. So there are ones that don't come with physical goods, right? So if I go back a bit further, there are others that don't come with physical goods. Let me find one in the depths here of my pledge. So even Algared and I get into little arguments of this stuff because it's just so convoluted when you've got 10 years of this shit. You got to go back over it. But we're not arguing for arguing, are we, Algared? We're arguing to get to the facts, to get to the truth. And so if you think we're fighting, that is not what we're fighting.
No, we're not. We're actually not fighting, believe it or not.
This is to get to the truth. And that's how we... And if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. And if Algared's wrong, he'll say he's wrong. That's just how it works. And we're trying to get to the truth. God damn it. Maybe I got to go further back, Algared. I'm going to go right.
Well, I still think that comment from CIG is the accurate one, and it lined up with my memory as well. So
it doesn't line up with my memory. Is the point I'm trying to make.
And the combo packs. I know there were combo packs, but those combo packs listed whenever you had a combo pack, it listed Squadron 42 and the download, and even packs that don't have that. I've got packs that have the both, but that aren't Legacy Alpha.
Yeah, so you know how it says essentially nothing. That's because there was a time period where it was still joined. It was so basically the only thing Alpha gives now, all this time later, is that they are combined. And I'll try and find one. I know it's here because I've seen it. I've got to find it. As I said, it's just so much shit. And yours is even worse. Let's be honest. But yeah, when I'm at 30 pages...
I don't try to look for mine.
Yeah, you got to search with yours.
I've got, several thousand items in my hangar, let alone a buyback.
Just got to find this... It's because... I don't have the mod on either. I should have turned the mod on and then I could have searched. No, I'm already up to the AI. This can't... Yeah. Let's turn the mod on. Oh, that's why it's in my buyback, not in my... I'm in the wrong place. That's why I can't find it. So here we go. Here's the digital freelancer with LTI. Around about the same time. If you click on the buyback, you can still go into the store and see it. And you'll see it here. It says Legacy Alpha, but it comes with both. And that is a running theme that you'll find with all the Legacy Alphas, is they come with both. And that's all it is at the end of the day. That is the main... There's no physical goods there, though, as you can see. They're all digital. But
that's the thing they did was they...
Yes.
The Legacy Alpha was the access to get into...
Yes, it was.
All the pre-packs.
Yes, agreed.
Agreed.
And when they bought... But now in the future, Algared, with all those modules essentially non-existent or not needing to exist anymore, the only thing that remains that is essentially that they now still come as a combo. That's the point I'm trying to get you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
the thing you're missing is that what they did is when they got rid of that is every account that had Legacy Alpha was accredited 5,000 UEC. And so they if you had a Legacy Alpha pack, you got a Legacy Alpha UEC. Is my memory, but hey, I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, my memory is telling me that essentially at the end of the day, all it attributed to is that they were combined. So Legacy Alpha was created when they were doing the split. So here's Legacy Alpha. This is for all the people from now on. It is now Squadron 42, and it is now Star Citizen. That's my memory of it. So and again, you'll find after that they're all split. That's why you go out today and you buy the game, it just comes with Star Citizen, and you have to add Squadron 42, or you buy Squadron 42 and add Star Citizen. So yeah. All right, we'll leave that, but you and I can talk more about that after the show, because we're going around in circles now.
Yeah.
Oh, that whole time I wasn't... Are you serious? That whole time I wasn't showing that? Seriously? Did you guys not see all that? Oh, that... Oh, okay, now I feel bad.
We're tired.
We're tired. All right, let's go on to ISC, Algared. We'll watch some ISC. I'll flip it over for you so you can watch it.
We'll fall asleep. Okay.
Yep, I can hear Badgers here going, oh, I hate it when Mum and Daddy fight.
I hate it when Mummy and Daddy fight.
Yeah, but it's not fighting. It's just us trying to get to the truth.
And being passionate.
Yeah, and I'm sure someone else in chat's probably there and they're questioning the same thing if they've been here as long as me and Algared have. So yeah, we'll see.
And that's one of the problems with being here so long. You remember things, you forget things, you go over stuff, and you go, "Oh, I forgot that." All the time.
All right, here we go. ISC.
Invictus is here, and with it, a celebration of all things spaceship and space vehicle. And with today being both RSI and Temporal Day, we've got introductions to 2 new ground vehicles for you this week, starting with an old friend ready to make our Constellation Phoenix complete, the RSI Lynx.
Ground vehicles in Star Citizen play quite a large role. Obviously, we have these fully realized full planets and moons. You don't always want to spend all your time flying over them in your ships. We're going to have things coming online in the future, such as weather, that's going to make that prohibitively more dangerous to do.
Flying is the main traversal type, but of course with ground vehicles, there is so much more to explore on planets. It adds so much diversity to the missions that we have.
I feel like ground vehicles are an opportunity for players to have fun and explore the terrain.
A golf buggy in a golf course. I don't know if you saw that, but I did.
Of our lovely planet, not from, going in from a top side, but really getting in and around with the dunes and the broken ships and stuff.
The fun, the dynamic, you get some feedback from the road. If you enjoy driving, it's something for you, isn't it? It's not always a spaceship.
You need to have the options. I mean, if you don't have a ship, how are you going to get from A to B? You need something to get you there. And if you're going from A to B, then someone's in the way, you get a tank.
No, that pun is
At
terrible.
Invictus launch week, we're introducing 2 new vehicles to the game, the drivable RSI Lynx and a concept vehicle, which we'll talk about later. The Lynx was introduced alongside the RSI Constellation Phoenix back in 2014. It was mentioned as it's sort of an add-on to the Phoenix.
The Lynx is RSI's more luxury counterpart to the Ursa rover.
It expands the capabilities. I suppose there's an element of, I don't know, showing off maybe.
No, that's the only
It's for
element of
the
this.
distinguished individual who likes to travel in style.
It serves a different purpose to the Ursa. It's very much for VIP transport and exploration. We've taken some stuff from the Scorpius. We've taken some stuff from the Ursa itself. We've invented other stuff from scratch because not everything that we needed already existed. It is fun and fancy.
I think the exterior is amazing. It's got so many great angles and it just looks so RSI. It just comes together really nicely. We took the Ursa and we basically made it beautiful.
It trades out some of that rugged utilitarian functionality for just a more enjoyable experience to ride around exploring in the back of.
So it's a lot of clean, glossy panels, higher quality materials, and less dense detail, more focusing on angular lines.
We're very constrained with this overall size dimensions. It has to fit in the Phoenix, so we couldn't make the vehicle any longer, wider, taller, so we had to work to the same footprint.
We've tried to not have too much visible mechanics on the outside of it, because you don't want to go up to a fancy luxury car and just see the engine just there. You know it's a car, you know it's got an engine, you don't need to know where the engine is. You just want it to look good whilst you're actually getting from A to B.
It's very nice design. Alberto, our concept artist, did a very good job on that. We had quite a lot of references to new electric trucks, that type of thing. Got a clean day running lights. As you go round to the side, you've got like a peek-in window of the cockpit. So underneath you can sort of see feet. I don't know why you'd want to see feet, but yeah, you can. And
Barely Noob knows the answer to
we've
that
got
question.
the suspension uprights, which are finished in like a goldy colour,
So
which
does
is
Paul.
quite nice. It's quite ornate for something that sort of takes the load of the vehicle and that kind of thing. A very nice 13-piece door. 13-piece on my side. You're not going to see 13 pieces.
I think my favourite thing on the Lynx is the wheels. They are quite unlike anything else we've got in the game.
We've tried to go for wheels that would seem a little bit more luxurious, so we've gone for a shape that will kind of make them a little bit quieter.
They look pretty cool. They're very evocative of those sort of sand racing tyres with the big ribs on them. They give it a very strong visual identity from the outside.
My favourite thing about the Lynx is the huge rear windows.
It's got this lovely wraparound window, which just creates a very different atmosphere inside the vehicle.
Whether you're having in-game business meetings or just chilling with your friends, having that scenery so on display right next to you really adds to the whole experience when you're just sat in the back with your champagne. When you step in, we've got some TVs that pop out of the sides of the panels, some personal storage and seats, which move. And you can push a button and they will spin around. You've also got a location for storage, which obviously folds away so that if you've got something you just want to put up there, you don't have to see it, but you know it's there. We've also got a weapons rack. It folds itself away and it pops out. It's got some nice little smoky glass doors on the front of it.
The lighting is designed to be a more...
So technically, Algared, it does actually have a quarter SCU of cargo. So yeah.
For your luxury passengers, we have a magnificent full-length fridge. And off to the left, we've got a couple of shelves where you can store stuff. We don't say it's a drug storage location, but secretly it is a drug storage location. Just don't tell the cops.
Compared to the base Ursa, the Lynx is a little more agile, a little faster. It is like this because it just has less weight to it, less carrying capability, so it can trade that off for speed. And the two people that are sat in the back in relative luxury have a much nicer experience seeing the sights of the universe around them. Compared to the other ground vehicles in events such as the Daymar Rally, I think this is going to be a strong competitor. It's going to be really interesting to see which players prioritize over
hints to racing variants, Algared, maybe?
The other, whether you take the speed of the Lynx versus the increased durability of the Ursa itself. But you don't often see Bentleys racing against other vehicles in real-life rallies, so maybe not as durable as the others.
This is for people that like to get from A to B and look like they're in a good car when they're doing it.
I think the fantasy of having someone chauffeur you around while you're sitting in the back drinking cocktails or the champagne and looking at your business portfolio while just the world of Star Citizen goes on around you. It's pretty cool.
It's also for people who'd never be caught dead racing in a mule.
So that's the new way to get around the surface of Stanton's planets and moons in style. But what about those who want a bit more pew-pew with their hot looks? Just go with it. Well, Tumbrel has you covered with the latest in planet-side mobility and destroyability with the Tumbrel Storm. Let's find out more.
Hello again. It is once again myself, John Crew. Let's talk about the concept vehicle that we're introducing at Invictus launch week, the Tumbrel Storm. The Tumbrel Storm is a light/scout tank from Tumbrel. In a lot of combined armed forces, you rely on reconnaissance on the ground to let you know what's coming ahead. And whilst we do have an array of ground vehicles that can do this role, not very many of them are as heavily armoured as a tank. And sometimes reconnaissance goes a bit sideways and you need some firepower to help get you out of that situation. So the Storm is really excels in this scenario. It can be ahead of the fleet on the ground, engage targets and hold its ground before the main force of ground vehicles arrives for backup. One aspect that we wanted to change from the traditional tank and Nova setup is making this energy weapon based. So it had a much greater independence from the main task force on the ground, in that it wasn't constrained by ballistic ammunition. So it has an energy autocannon on top, twin-barreled, to help lay down firepower, really only constrained by the size of its capacitors and power plant. The Storm is really designed for supporting Novas in attacks. It can take on most other ground vehicles. If you're brave, you can take on a Nova with it, but you probably want to bring a friend or two to help even the fight.
I received the task to complete a new vehicle. I was told to do a tank, most precisely something that would have become a killer of killers. We had to go back to the origins of Tumbril and let this new tank look less like the Nova tank and more like the Cyclone. So it was important to get back that aggressiveness and that dynamics that the Cyclone had. So we opted for something a little less classical and went on a design that is absolutely more related to the manga and anime's world. When people see the Storm for the first time, I want them to feel scared. There is no flimsy paneling, there is no beautiful refined surface. This is just optimal and very, very dynamic. So we don't have a lot of parallel lines. We have a lot of...
I can't unsee it now he's kind of said that. It really is like halfway between a Nova tank and a Cyclone. Like I'm even noticing on the track, it actually has the tires. Yeah.
Hadn't noticed it before, but
yeah,
you
and
do.
now he says it, like I can't unsee it. Yeah.
Yep. He's ruined it for you, hasn't he?
No, he hasn't ruined it. Just it's interesting.
There's and these very strong shapes that line what is popularly recognized as dynamic and aggressive. The interiors of the Storm will feel really full of pipes, of fabric, of mechanical stuff. It have to look basically ventral, like you have just been eaten by a machine. So what we have is very composed design, something that is uncommon in the tank we know today. So what we wanted to achieve when you look at the Storm is fast. Strike fast, move fast, do everything fast, no need to rely on a crew. I like that it looks a bit like an animal. It's very, very snaky, or looks a bit like a crocodile.
Now, of course, the big question everyone always asks for every new concept promotion
Scorpion.
is when.
Scorpion, yes, but no crocodile.
Or snake.
I don't see a snake either, and I can't unsee the Scorpion tank from Halo or the Batman tumble from the Dark
Batman
Knight.
vehicle. Yeah, even though we were talking about it being aggressive, I was thinking Batman.
Yeah.
But did you notice though when they were also talking, he was saying when he was told to design a tank, he said specifically one that takes out artillery.
Yeah, he did.
When will it go into production? Well, let's go now to the vehicle team in our Los Angeles studio and find out more.
The problem is where my story goes is always I will identify all of the issues that I have to overcome first and then like build a plan for breaking them down. So I'm trying to think of a way of phrasing it, you know? We had a lot of cleaning up to do to make sure it was worthy of the engine. It's ready for engine. It's not going to break anything when it goes in there. And that was what most of the initial white box work we did, at least from an art side. For design, we were more concerned about alleviating a lot of the issues we knew were present with the Nova, just like traversing on uneven terrain, exiting the hangar. These are issues we solved first, rather than waited until later in production and realized there were more difficult tasks to overcome.
So most recently, we finished Gray Box. We completed all the animations. Currently, I am doing a material and detail pass on the tread housings for the Tumbril Storm. This thing has challenged me in ways I haven't been challenged before in working in the game industry. For example, the treads took a couple different iterations, so we got right. And be able to get like the right movement as it deforms to the ground planes. This ship is definitely more organic than anything I'm used to, and it poses like its own challenges, but it's been a learning process.
The art is to continue on to LOD 0, finalizing all of the art assets, making sure everything's going to be correct,
for when we move on to all of our higher detail, tertiary details that will go into it later.
Everything from the way the doors open on the tank to the cockpit itself. When you go inside this thing, it's like stepping into a mech. It's completely different from any other vehicle.
What about you, Algared? I'm all of a sudden really looking forward to Titan suits.
But, you know,
I've seen.
Sorry, say again?
Yeah. I just, yeah, it's kind of, they're hinting at that, aren't they? You know, it feels like you're in a mech. It still feels like a Batman vehicle.
Yeah.
In this game.
My favorite thing about Storm is going to be the role of it. The Nova is a very, very big tank. It requires 3 people. It's got that big size 5 cannon. You don't always need a size 5 cannon. Some people may disagree, but I don't think you do. The Storm is a little bit quicker, only requires 1 person. It kind of sits in a really good spot between something very quick like a Cyclone and something a little bit more punchy like the Nova.
I'm excited the progress that the team has made on this. It's been a real beauty to work on, and it should be a lot of fun for the players too.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the RSI Lynx is the new benchmark for traveling planetside in comfort and style. That the Tumble Storm says you can blow stuff up and look slick as all heck while doing it. And that it's already in production for an intended release in the less than distant future. Now join us tomorrow for our Invictus All Vehicles Roundtable over on Star Citizen Live. And don't forget to check out everything else that's available in Alpha 319 in between visiting the Invictus showrooms. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for exploring the process of game development with us, and we'll see you all here next week.
Almost sounds like, Algared, they're hoping to release it at the end of the year. Not too distant, well, unless it's...
Not too distant future. Like,
well, the fact that they're past Grey Box, oh.
It's your call. You can make it.
Don't. I believe in you.
I'll step out. Roll a survival check. 14. You successfully exit the elevator. Just kidding. You're dead.
I'll pay that.
Getting people's hopes up for a Star Citizen RPG. All right. I'm gonna refresh your camera. You've disappeared on me. And then I'm gonna change your screen back over.
That daggy end screen credits bit there that he does. That was probably one of the better ones he's done. Now maybe it's just because I'm a nerd and like D&D. But
yeah, let's see. All
a
right.
little bit more scripted and planned.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go some questions.
Please.
As soon as I find that question page again, because I've lost it. There we are.
I can do it if
Right.
you want.
Jock.
Yep, go for it.
Oh, no, we did him. How did you find your first ever Invictus, Jock Cop? Let us know in the comments. Voodoo Child says, what is better value to start a chain with? The Invictus Launch Week C8X starter pack with 10-year insurance, or a $50 LTI token and whatever a character slot will cost.
It really depends what you're going to, doesn't it? Like, I think LTI gets more valuable the higher up you go.
Yeah, if you're going a big ship, you go an LTI token, and I think
generally, I was just say generally at some point you've got to put new cash into the game. So I almost always just go with the LTI token personally. I know there's a lot of people that don't see LTI as valuable. If you are needing a package, that changes everything because you don't have that option.
Yeah, and I think if you're doing an LTI, if you're working LTI chains or CCU chains, you're better off not working with a game pack. Just keep your goal is to keep it as cheap as you can. And so that might mean in that case, Voodoo, if you're after a character slot box or an additional game pack later on, you pick that up later. If you get a ship that comes out with a game pack and you're after those, then you take that line. But generally, the idea of a CCU chain is to make the big ships as cheap as possible. and so you cut the fat, and one of the areas you cut the fat is the game pack.
That's true.
Another question. No, just did that one. So Nova 42 has a question. Will how the CCUs get released this Invictus be similar to IAE 6 months ago? Yes. Such as a new patch of CCUs with some repeats on the final day.
That's exactly
most likely.
That's been the running thing for the last couple of years. Yep.
Since I really split from the 2 big sales, so we used to have lots of sales throughout the year. Anytime a ship was ready, okay, it was a sale, and then they went to the 2 big sales, the Invictus and IA, and since then that's seemed to be the formula they use. They do the Warbond CCUs, and then they on the final day they make them all available. Is that saying a guarantee that they're going to keep doing that? No, but that's the pattern they've been following. So, Carlton Woodford says, "I'm at work and can't log on to onto RSI. Is there a Warbond today?"
Yeah, for the Aquila.
And
now I'm calling it the Aquila. God, it's Aquila. God, learn English, people. Jeez. Right.
Yeah, so it is the Aquila. That is the Warbond. So yeah. It's Fizz says, "Do you think the Vanguard series will see a bit of a glow up with Pyro coming up, and there being a reason for long range?" I expect that any of the long range ships will see that growth and greater use just because of that. Just because they'll have that range.
I think that's just as a whole, Algared. As the more gameplay stuff comes in, we're going to see every ship find its little niche and its little pocket in the sky, so to speak.
And I think it may even impact like the role that the meta fighters have at the moment. The meta fighters tend to be the short range fighters, and they won't have that long range, and so you'll need something to actually take them to the location if you're going to use them, or they're going to have to be stationed on the planet or the space station that you're using them. So there's going to be a to and fro, and it's going to change everything.
Yep.
Auric Nova has another question. This is a 8th question, which is totally different from Aura 42 or Nova 42. Any tips on long haul CCU chain to a Perseus? I'm hoping my Gemini Crucible CCU gets a good discount in the future.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why we talk about things like the Crucible and the Endeavor. You are looking for things, and you are trying to predict things going up in price. So things this year that we've seen already was the Hurricane and the Whole Sea, and we did kind of tell you guys about that if you've been watching.
Yep.
Yeah, you're looking. So even things like picking up a Fury and then picking up a Warbond CCU through the Storm. If you want to save that money for later, because the Storm will go up in price when it comes out, things like that. So yeah,
I think that the big tip for to long haul your CCU chain is if you do not have a CCU to the Perseus, get it today.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And if a better option comes out down the line, so we've seen previous options where. And this is a backwards one because my brain's not working. So they did have Perseus to Polaris CCUs that were $25. But in the future, once the Perseus kind of comes out, you'd almost expect that they would have ones going the other way, wouldn't you, Algared? So you might have, say, I'd have to pick a ship. So Liberator to the Perseus, and it's $25 and you save $75. Just that's a rough example. That's not exactly what it's going to be. I'm just trying to give an example.
Yep. But the key reason you want to do that, you want to buy that Perseus CCU or the ship to the Perseus, is because you're locking in the price.
And he's absolutely right.
Because when the Perseus comes out, the price will go up.
That's right.
It might even jump even before it comes out. We've seen that with a couple of ships. So you buy a CCU to the ship you want from the closest readily available ship is generally the thing, and that guarantees you've locked in that price.
And one of the things that we've seen is sometimes we run into people that don't have a lot of money, but they do have time, and over the years they will be able to eventually get everything they want. And we've just had to say to them, look, you need to really think about this. How about instead of buying one ship at a time, go out and buy all the CCUs so you lock in that price, and just and then fill back in to one. You know, you might only have an Avenger for the first year, but then as time goes by, and we've seen that, you know, so some people are seeing dividends from that because they're basically getting things a lot cheaper in the long run. So everyone's got cash, just a different cash flow rate. And I remember, what was that guy's name? Go Mitch Yourself.
Yep.
That was the episode that taught us that in Fix My Fleet, was that he had basically $10 a month, but he didn't have all that money in one hit. And so that was building for someone literally on one of the lowest budgets we've ever seen. But he has been able to, like, I think the last time we talked to him, Algared, he had started to fill a lot of it in, hadn't he? So
yeah, and that's the key. So Perseus is 675 at the moment. If you're wanting to get to a Perseus, you want to find the ship that's closest to that in price, that's readily available. So scrolling down the list of ships that I can, and I'm just going on what I can find in the ship upgrade deck.
All ships.
Yep, all ships. And I'm looking at 675, so it's going to be back.
So you'd probably be best to do this on the
Merchantman is 650, probably the Carrack Expedition with C8X.
Yeah, or you're probably best to do it at the last day of the sale when most of the ships are available. But I wouldn't go the P8X one because that's an upgrade and it's rarely available. So I think you are, believe it or not, the Banner Merchantman's probably at 650, but then also that's about to go up in price when that releases. So you got troubles there as well. So it's in a bit of a tricky spot there.
It's finding that CCU that's readily available, that's closest to it. And then if you find another one that does that, you take it. But the goal of getting that first CCU is to lock in that price of a Perseus. So if it goes up,
sadly, for that one specifically in the Perseus, it would be the Carrack, because the Carrack is out.
Yep.
That would be the safest one to get.
Yep.
But you could initially get a Banner Merchantman and then later on get a character Banner Merchantman to keep that chain locked. And it also then gives you an option to go to a Banner Merchantman or a Perseus. So yeah.
But that's if you're after the long haul game of how to do a CCU chain, you go, all right, I'm buying a CCU to the ship I want.
Yep.
Closest I can get to it, because you want that. The closer it is, the more space you've got to build more steps.
And you'd agree, Algared, that one right at the end is the most important one, because you can almost get any LTI token.
Yeah,
it's that one right at the very end that's the most important, because it locks in that
end one
price.
is the one that locks in the price. Like, and after that, start off with a Fury.
And you can just sit there for
LT1, and then just slowly.
You can sit there for years doing Warborn CCUs to bring the price down. So you got time on your side then to go through all that.
Yeah.
So
So that's probably the biggest thing. Lock in the price of the Perseus, and then after that, go for broke.
Our mods are reminding us to tell you guys, if you have any CCU related questions, don't hesitate to jump on the Discord, and there's a whole channel dedicated to that called CCU Help, and we have people that have been vetted by us that know how to respond to those questions. They even have a specific role called CCU Helper just for that, and obviously our mods are very good at that as well. And if they don't know, they will direct you to someone who does, or us, or whatever. So there's a whole team there that are more than willing to reach out and help anyone. So yeah.
Okay, X, this is a question I think is very suitable for you.
Right.
One Star Citizen has a question. They say, what ship would you suggest as a companion second ship to a Reclaimer?
I don't think it's out yet. But I would say, you know what I was going to say, but I would say the Crucible is probably the best one. Mainly because you can kind of send them both out at the same time and go into a battlefield type style environment, and they can feed each other resources, and you know, you can salvage some materials and feed them to the Crucible, and there might be a ship there that is not fully destroyed, and the Crucible can repair it. So you're making money on two fronts essentially.
Yep, I could see, you know, at the moment pairing it up with even the horrible little Vulture is useful, just because it could go around and do the little things. I think you were using it when you were out with your someone, and they were originally out just searching for the ships in the Pisces or whatever it was, and then you said, oh, take out the Vulture. They'd search stuff. It was slower, but they'd be munching stuff, making money themselves, and then you'd come along. You guys would finish off a job, and they'd go off and find something else. And so
There's quite a few actually, if you think about it, because you can go the other way too. Algared's frozen there very awkwardly. You can also go the Terrapin as well, which will allow you to go out and scan and find wrecks.
Yep.
Sorry, did you disappear on me there for a minute, buddy?
Yep. Oh, I'm glad it disappeared because that was a really bad look.
So good. Yeah, so I was just so obviously as Rex come along and more things come into the game, we'll see more and more things how they work together as well. Because also you're gonna need potential escorts and stuff as well, and they're all different escorts, like long range, short range. Do I want a bit of cargo, all that type of thing. So do I want to take out a whole series to put ore on? Do I need an SRV out there to help move cargo and drag rocks into position for an Orion? That is, so
Or
it really
drag Rex into position.
Yep, that too. Yeah, well, think about it. If you've got an SRV out there or something with tractor beams, you don't even need to have to move the reclaimer. So you you also then know at the moment when we're moving around, you're trying to hold in space which ones you've done and which ones you haven't. But if you've got a tractor beam,
you just
done that one, next one,
move it, flick it.
Yeah, you could literally have. Think of that as the vulture.
Yeah,
the vulture is grabbing them and putting them in front of the reclaimer, also scanning them and also stripping when it's got downtime with nothing to do. That puts the vulture to a whole new level for me. So yeah, we'll see. So, interesting.
Chat, what ship would you suggest as a good pairing?
Yeah, that's a good
reclaimer.
That's a good question. Yeah, who was the person that asked? One citizen.
One star citizen.
Yeah, so make some recommendations for one star citizen.
And if you're watching the stream after the event, put it into the chat.
Yep.
What do you suggest would be a good companion to the reclaimer?
And you can come back and have a look.
Have those ideas, and we can always come back and have a look.
Actually, funny you bring that up, Amantis. I think that's how you pronounce ETA Mus 06. That's one of the variants me and Algared are expecting. Is it like a tractor beam utility variant? We'll see, or another snub. We don't have a snub with a tractor beam yet, so I think it's kind of a given. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh, it does make a lot of sense. I could, it would be certainly something that would work ideally with the MPVU because of the way Argo develop their stuff in terms of being stevedores.
Yep.
It would work. I could honestly see a variant of the Fury with tractor beams doing offloading that because of Misk's heavy reliance on cargo ships. So you think of the company and then you go, okay, what makes sense for this company to have and why? And having a ship like the Fury that can actually offload the big boxes makes sense. Having the Ursa, not the Ursa, the MPVU with tractor beams rather than the claw and stuff makes sense as well. So, but yeah, I'd like to see more of those types of things.
Yeah. I was going to say, Algared, we are making a push to get more subscribers on YouTube and more followers on Twitch. So if you are a fan of the channel, we'd really appreciate, and as a thanks, a like or a subscribe and a follow on Twitch. If we get to 15,000 subs by the end of Alien, before the end of Alien Week, we're going to pick up Sullian to give to you guys. What's wrong, darling?
And the reason it has to be before the end of Alien Week is because
that's when we can buy the ship.
So we can buy the ship.
Yep.
So while we can buy the ship, we're happy to do it. But once we can't buy the ship anymore, we can't do it.
So yeah, I don't know. So that was just a little thing where we're not too far away, about 800 away. So I'm hoping we can get there before then, but we'll see what happens.
Yep.
So so there's another good little recommendation there from Tom, the 315p. So that's a very cheap little ship with a tractor beam. Very good. If anyone says Nomad, I'm gonna reach through the screen and.
And yes, Mark, the Misk brand though, not Miro. Miro is high performance. So I'd see that as racing. I'd see that as I could see that as I could see a sciencey aspect fitting into that. I could see medical fitting into that because it's more you're looking at the high end performance stuff, but the regular industry stuff, no, I that's more straight Misk. So. Rotorcraft 07. they said in the Storm video today, the Nova track needs 3 crew and Storm needs 1 crew.
Yep, that's correct.
Sorry, I shouldn't do voices. But
That's
now,
funny. It makes me laugh. Do it again.
but as of now, you can solo drive and shoot the main cannon of the Nova. Will that change in the future? Probably.
Yeah, I think that's going to be honest with you. That's what's so appealing to me about this is that it's one person. I don't have to rely on anyone else. And in the game right now, that's great. The only drawback to it at all is that I have to chuck it in a vehicle to take it anywhere. So it kind of falls into the same territory as the Fury, right? You know, I've got to get someone else to do it. And then...
But then any vehicles like that.
Yeah.
Whether it's a...
Yeah, so you got to weigh it up. Like, what is the advantage of being on the ground in a tank over being in the air in a Fury, as an example? You know, or in any ship that has a quantum drive. Is it harder for them to see you? Have you got more armored? So you've got more health points. So again, that'll come in the interest of time. So there's a really quickly, because we're talking about the Sullian. Asa099 on Twitch says, what is the Sullian, if you don't mind asking? So that is more than likely the ship that is coming at Alien Week. It's been found in the files, and
we know there's a Gatuk Xi'an ship coming.
If it doesn't come, then we'll get whatever ship comes at Alien Week, put it that way.
We're calling it the Sullian because that we've heard that there's an alien ship, a Xi'an ship from Gatuk, which is fly without issue is the stuff we've heard that goes with it.
Yeah, so it's again being from Gatak. So someone says a first-time chatter, Morbid Mind says an alien starter possibility. Anything is possible, but again, going through the lines of thought that me and Algared and some others went through, as Algared just translated there, the Raelian translates to carry without issue. So Len means without issue. So putting that into the Sullian, which means fly without issue. If you think about flying without an issue, and it's got to be industry-based because of the Gatak branding, it more than likely comes back to an industry ship. So that kind of pulls it out of the range of starter. And what were the two that was it? Refueling and repair?
Refuel. I originally thought refuel because hey, you're flying without issue, and then you thought of repair.
Yeah, and it could be both at the same time, or it could be one or the other.
Could be neither.
Yeah, it could be exactly. But like again, you got to think of that line, fly without issue, and we converted it to drive without issue, like for a car or a truck or something, and then started going through all those lines in our head, and that's the outcomes we come to. Like, and if we started thinking of roadside assistance and coming to repair or coming to refuel you if you're stuck and things like that, and that's kind of how where we got to where we're at. And when you run that line through, there's not really any other professions they line up with. So yeah,
especially when you look at industry. Being the focus of that company. And
well, that was the other one we looked at, didn't we? We looked at racing at one point to fly without issue, but again, because it's industry, we ruled that out.
And again, we also thought, I know at one point we thought, Fury, alien ship coming, it could be the mothership for this snub ship. But again, because it's industry, we shifted away from that.
And we know the Crucible.
It could be either. It could be racing. It could be
Yeah. Well, the Crucible was on the roadmap at 1.2. We know Pyro's coming up, so refueling and repair are both things that are kind of needed for Pyro. It makes a lot of sense. And the cool thing about that is it will. I know we can argue cargo is industry, but I think it's the first true alien profession ship, so to speak, or industry ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing, like, even though we're looking, for more specific industry ships, with refueling and repair. The other thing is with Gatak being industry, that's a very broad thing. The only thing we know so far that Gatak do officially is cargo. Why? Because Beralian's a Gatak ship.
That's it.
So we know they do cargo. Paul's kind of hinted that I don't want to put words into his mouth because I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty certain he was saying that the Gatak industry basically covers a great deal. It's a lot broader and wider than we normally think of when we think of industry. So, they could decide racing is industry, and because we don't know much about Gatak.
Yeah.
So it's an open slabber. But you've got to. We try to use what we know based on what we've seen in the past. And
I would almost put racing in, because we know that the Zion do a lot of exploration. I'd be almost leaning more towards the scout exploration area for racing, believe it or not. And so I'm almost expecting there is at very least a third company coming out of Katak. Sorry, not Katak, Zion. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I could see an exploration racing being part of their exploration. It'd be interesting. I know I'll have to go back and read the Crux Cup, the Murray Cup story.
Okay. I just had a thought. And this is, I've now connected what they're trying to say in Twitch chat. So someone said, is people transport an industry?
Yeah, could
and
be.
then someone else has said, the Sullian sounds like a taxi. An alien taxi, like from Fifth Element. That would be sick, and that would sell.
Could
like
very well
hotcakes.
be, and that again, we don't know. It could be, it could so.
Yep.
Just chuck another one into the work.
So that's a really good line of speculation there, boys. I won't deny that at all. That's got me thinking. That's the type of thing we like. See, this is why we do it in groups, because when you do it in groups, it just takes one person to throw one piece of new information in,
and you go.
Yeah. Lemmings just said if it's a taxi, it better come with a multipass. Can't disagree. Not disagree with that. I totally agree with that.
Well, having a taxi with a meter on it, so you can actually pick people up and run the meter and that's Alpha UEC.
Again. So Bluesy has said noodle truck. No, noodle truck doesn't work because it's to fly without issue.
Yeah.
What? So it's got to be stabilized so you can eat your food as it flies. Get out of here.
Fly without issue, not cook without issue.
Yeah, exactly.
And besides, we know the noodle truckers are aligned.
Yep.
We've seen that.
Yeah. Or or would it eat without issue? Might be the other one.
Yeah.
We'll see. Oh, good line of speculation. I think we can add that to the pile. Yeah. So a troop transporter or people mover might be a good one as well. And it might be needed for pyro too, actually, if you think about it, Algared.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
at least we've got a third option to add in there now. So yeah, we'll add that to the list.
Yep. So believe it or not, that was our Nova tank needing crew question.
The Inforunners, if it didn't go there, right?
That's right. Well, we did go there, and then we changed it.
Yeah, that's it.
Daniel has a question. Could we expect the RSI Polaris to jump in price this IAE or next Invictus? Anything's possible, likely. Currently at 750 on the website. Also, could this maybe come with a tier 1 medbed? Started SCU, love your show. Thank you for loving our show. Top tier medbed? My gut says no, because I want to. But you think about it like
I'd go just like the Carrack and the 600i. I can't see why. You don't even have the top tier ones in the big ships, in the capitals, do you? Or am I mistaken?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe on a Bengal. But the idea is that the top tier ones are on your space station to your planets, the major hospitals. Yes, we've got the outliers with the Endeavour, but that's basically a flying space station. And the Apollo, is the real outlier with that.
Yeah.
And now we've got the Galaxy. So the Galaxy's got, So, but normally, the way they originally used to talk about it was tier 1 is basically space stations and hospitals.
Yeah. I think that's a whole nother tier that doesn't exist, like tier 0 or tier 4 or whatever. God, they really need to work that system. It's all backwards. And it's backwards. The other thing is it's backwards from real life as well. That's why it makes it really difficult with the way triage and all that works.
No, I think it actually is right with real life, but it's the opposite of the way we always think of it in terms of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. I think. But
I can't remember.
We need a Cyrus here to put us right.
And I'm too tired to think at this point.
A Cyrus usually puts us right. We always get it, flip it on its head. So, but yeah. So, look, every sale, I always go with the assumption every sale of ships are going to go up.
Yep. I do think more than likely, though, with where it's sitting, it's more likely going to get its price bump on release. I think you would agree with me on that, Algared.
Yeah, I'd hope. I hope it's not going to get a price bump before it's released.
Well, ironically, it puts it into that same price bracket as the
Idris
Pioneer.
if it goes higher. Yeah.
Well, $100 will put it into $850, which is where the Pioneers are.
Yep.
So yeah.
123 Morpheus or Morphus says, "What do you guys think of the Terrapin buying game?"
Sorry, I was reading a thing that distracted me. Say again, sorry.
So, what do you guys think of the Terrapin buying game? Question mark.
Yeah, buying game for me. Still very good, but yeah, buying game.
Really, every ship is a buying game, apart from your starter pack. If you go beyond a starter pack, thank you for your service. Is effectively what we're saying, because you're basically funding the game. And then, yeah, so
what I was reacting to real quick was a first-time chatter said, "Stop ignoring YouTubers." It's not about ignoring YouTubers. It's just there's a lot more color on Twitch, so it draws the eye. I've just kind of sat here and like, why do we seem to? But that's what it is. There's a lot of color on the Twitch window. So what me and Algared see is there's off to one side is the Twitch, and down below is YouTube. YouTube actually has a bigger screen presence. I'm going to be totally honest with you, but it's just white and blue, and that's basically it. Off to the right, we've got pink, red, green, like all these different colors flicking past, so it just draws our eye more. So apologies for that.
Whereas on on YouTube, on our screen, Nightbot is blue, everyone else is grey.
Yeah.
I actually have YouTube open to the side as well, so so I've got my chat there. But
I try to have one screen so everyone can just watch my screen and do everything. But I do have other ones open as well. But
when I'm like this, I'm looking for YouTube chat.
Yeah, and when I'm doing this, I'm looking at that as well. So yeah, and then when I look up like that, I'm looking at Discord. So yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. We try to get around as much as we can, but again, Twitch is main there's bright and colorful, and YouTube has not. So it's on YouTube. Sorry.
And we're actually not ignoring YouTube at all. As we're going through the questions, we go through the questions in order that they come, and the bot takes them from both Twitch and YouTube and puts them up in the order we get them, and it's just happening that.
And I think you would agree, Algared, vast majority. So we actually have little colored squares next to the questions. The vast majority of those are red, which means they're from YouTube.
Which is all YouTube.
And the purple ones are Twitch. So,
in fact, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions, only one has been a Twitch chat question. There you go.
So yeah, we're definitely favoring YouTube, so don't worry about that.
So it's not that, and well, I don't think we're favoring anyone. We just do the questions in the order they come. So
that's it.
It's just that our YouTube audience ask more questions.
Yeah.
If you want more questions, ask more questions on Twitch. But don't forget, like, subscribe, hit the bell. As Paul says, if you've been here before, you obviously like what we do. And if you haven't subscribed, do so and get a notification. Because we would love to get to...
You might have been messing with this, Striker, but it doesn't come through in text.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Sarcasm doesn't translate in text, so yeah.
Yep, that's why I hate text.
Why am I always tired? Because I have a sleep condition. And
he does.
I have a rotating sleep pattern. So, and you might have heard this with a few other people, like an extreme example of a guy I know, he has 36-hour days. So his day is not like a normal person's day where they go 9 to 5 and then sleep 8 hours a day. His day lasts 36 hours, then he sleeps. Mine's a bit like that, but it shifts and rotates. So mine's more like, I don't know, so instead of 24 hours, and it also changes as well, like because I have insomnia and somnia, so it can go shorter or longer. And so the difficulty for me that makes me tired is not getting up at, say, like we get up at 1 a.m. today, didn't we, Algared? So it's not getting up at 1 a.m. every day. It is getting up at 1 a.m. every day, but it's holding that time. My body wants to rotate, and I'm trying to tell it not to rotate. And because it's for 10 days, it's just slightly too long, and my sleep goes all over the shop. So yeah.
But 10 days of getting up at 1 a.m. and doing other stuff throughout and doing normal life stuff in the day is going to.
I give up a lot of stuff to do this show. Like I can't go out to social activities. Like, so I've had to give up my weekly board games this week because I had to sleep at that time. So that's just how it is. So yeah. And I know there's things that we both had to sacrifice. Look, I'm going on a holiday to the Philippines in July. That's the plan at the moment. See if we get there. This is my first holiday in like It's the first weekend I've had off.
It's
Since
not a.
I took over the
not
channel. Like Algared can take a weekend off, you know, and he's got family commits and stuff like that. But if I don't turn up, the show doesn't get done. So, yeah. Don't feel sorry. That's just,
one of
that's
these
just
days
how it
we'll
is.
get better internet at this end, but
We'll see. But yeah, no, yeah, it'd be good. It'd be good to
but you need a break.
me to take a weekend off once in a while. It'd be great. Put my feet up.
It's not a matter of see if it happens. You are going. You need a break.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I definitely do need a break and a bit of a recharge. So it's good that Paul can step up, and we're going to get some pre-recorded episodes. So July will be a lot of pre-recorded stuff for you guys, but we're going to do 5 episodes. So we're going to try and get
hopefully we're
some.
gonna have 5 episodes.
Yeah, we'll be a couple of FMFs in there, 2 or 3, and then some evergreen episodes. And Paul and I have already gone over them. We were going over them the other day, and he literally did have 3 that would be quite evergreen. So yeah.
Which would be good.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. So yeah, Terrapin Biting game. It is a great ship.
Yeah, fantastic.
It does fit in a. It does fit. I think you can fit it into the 890. I don't know whether in the end it will actually properly fit, but it currently fits. It will fit. It will certainly fit into an Odyssey and a.
It won't finally
Polaris?
fit because it's 2 tinies or 2 S1s, and it's a S2 pad size. So eventually it won't. So yeah, it does fit in the Polaris though and the Odyssey.
Yep.
So yeah.
But that's the problem I have with CIG's stuffing with ships. Not stuffing, but the way they're doing ships at the moment, because they still sell, like even the Fury was basically sold with that idea: if it fits, it sits, and we know they're shifting from that. That's a frustration that I have personally. Aurelius Indominus has a question. What do you think of the Sullian price between M2 and Orion or lower?
I don't think we can really answer that because we don't definitively know what it is.
Yep.
And quite honestly, based on the number of things we've heard, it could be as small as a starter ship and as large as, I'm not going to say capital because they've never done a capital at Invictus before, but never say never. But also the trend at the moment is to do smaller things, right? So I would say that it is at best, like look at the largest ship they did last year was the Galaxy. So I would say it's somewhere between a small to a large, right? But again, if it is what me and Algared said, like refueling or repair, you have the Starfarer that's a large and you have the Crucible that's a large, so more than likely it becomes a medium at best, right? And then knowing they're doing smaller ships and you're looking at potentially troop transport as well, I would have to say for a troops transporter, that probably puts it in the medium frame as well. So we're expecting a medium, but it could be as small as a starter.
It could be the small starter ship, refuel, rearm, you know, the smaller version of a Vulcan. It could forever change the disagreement that Paul X and I have had over the Vulcan being the smallest repair ship or not. Paul's always thought it's a medium ship, it'll be a small. We've always said, but it's a starter ship of that profession. And so, yes, it's a medium ship, but it's the smallest.
And the more time goes by, it kind of comes back to that too. Like I start to agree with him more and more as time goes by because it sits on a medium pad and all this type of stuff. So,
and I think last time we were talking, we were both saying, well, we can see it, but we still, you know, the whole discussion, it always felt centered around how they initially sold it. Is it the initial starter, as they said, or is there going to be something else? And when they first released it, it was the starter profession ship. It's just before they've got it fully worked out and fleshed out and that profession coming, they may have something else. So,
do you know how I know these lights are annoying? It's my cat is getting sick of them. Sorry, me and I are gonna have to sit under these big lights so the green screen works properly and stuff like that. And it's just
and it does wear the eyes out. I find when I've got the glasses, I get a reflection on the glass.
Well, that's the
me as well.
That's the downside. No, the reflection doesn't hurt me at all. I just, man, it really. So I got Angry PC Tech got me onto these, and they're just blue lens glasses. Maybe we need to get you a pair, Algared, or something. I don't know. Can we get you contacts or something? I don't know.
Well,
blue lens contacts? No, but you mean like blue light filter stuff?
I don't know. You probably can. You can get coloured contacts.
You know, I probably should get you some. You know those round monocle things that like with blue lenses in them. You look like a hippie. No, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to look like John Lennon.
All right, next question, please, Zach.
All right, so yeah, so Sullian can't give a price because all we really have is a name and a speculation on a role and a company.
Real quick before you go on to that, I'm going to cut you off. Someone said, "Where is Not-A-Tuna?" And that is a really good point because we are 10 minutes past the hour. So here is Not-A-Tuna. You like tuna, don't you, darling? She won't speak, but she'll never shut up when I pull out tuna. Yeah, that's anyway. Do you know what Not-A-Tuna is? Look, she knows I'm talking about it because I'm meowed. Anyway, right. Algared, what do you want to do for this one? Because I did not come prepared for a second one.
No, well, my question got poo-pooed. And pulled out by people afterwards by Googling. All right, a question that...
I can go grab one if you want me to go grab one.
I can do a very easy one.
Yeah, go for it.
Better be a very easy one. Who is Cal Mason? There you go.
Ooh, I don't know that one. You law boys find all this stuff really easy, and it's not easy. Oh, here we go. It's always anticipating just to sit here.
Who is Cal Mason? And if Paul was here, he's not allowed to answer.
Actually, while we're waiting, have you got your mic fixed yet? Did the mount turn up? Oh no, Monday. You don't. Monday? Oh, okay. Monday. So we were recording an episode, and Algared was moving the microphone around, and his shock mount just busted and dropped to the ground.
Yep.
And so he's been standing there holding it for the last while.
No, it's just sitting on my desk. It's a nice position when it's sitting on the desk. So.
Yeah. So he's got a new one coming.
He is a Squadron 42 flyer. That is correct.
Oh. What was the question? Who is he?
Who is Cal Mason?
He's somewhere. The main.
Cal Mason.
I love that answer by Adrian Cass MD. The main character of Jedi Fallen Order. No, that's Cal Kestis, but very good. It's really very clever.
He is a member of Squadron 42.
Yeah.
A couple of good answers. I think, though, the best answer I've seen is
Cassandra's Tears.
That's the story he is in.
Yeah.
So Cassandra's
there you go.
Tears.
The protagonist of the first story of the series they released.
Also, is a character. Yep, he is the character in Cassandra's Tears. He is also played by
Jack Hurston.
Jack Hutton or Hurston and Houston. And yep, he is Paul's hero. There you go.
So who got that one? Who are you giving it to, Algared?
I think I'd have to go with the more detailed answer, which was
that one on Twitch, the red one.
Yeah, the red one.
Edimus06.
Edimus06.
Which is really funny because he's the guy that won the last one, Algared. Look.
Okay, he's not in.
All right, so you step it down
the next best one would have been the one. I think the one that first said it was pointed to Cassandra's Tears.
So Dustin Lee Bladesmith?
Dustin Lee, yep.
Yeah, Dustin. All right. So Dustin, you got to be around at the end of the stream. You going, darling? No, you just stand out. All right, cool.
But for those anyone who frequents Paul's channel would know that should know who Cal Mason is, because he is Paul's hero. He's the flyboy. He is the poster child of the UEE. He is the guy who does it. You know, he's like Biggles. He's Indiana Jones. He's all of those types of guys all rolled into one, and he gets up to mischief.
Yep. So if you'll have to be around at the end of the stream. So we'll do one more at about roughly 10 past the hour, and then a little bit after that we will go into like a sudden death round between the three people that have been selected, and we'll do another question like that. And the person that gets that one right gets to pick a window, and they win what is under the said window. Under the windows today, I'm not pointing at anything. I'm just telling you what's there. So under one of these windows is the latest one that went in there, which is the Zeus spacesuits skin pack. We have an Ares Inferno. I'm actually struggling to remember what's there. We have the Microtech skin pack, and we have a Crusader skin pack. There, I've remembered them all. So yeah, and the way we do that is we kind of try to get something similar to what went out. So if a ship goes out, we kind of put another ship in, and we've actually, as I said, we've got 8 more here ready to go in after things. So we've at least got 12-week surprises at this point. And
hey, Daily Noob, thanks for the raid.
Yeah, thank you, Daily Noob. How you doing? Good to see you. Awesome to see you. And Daily Noob's trying to get a Kraken. So let's wish him some luck, see if he gets one. And he's trying to do it from Australia, so he's got. How would you phrase that? Like slim to none, diddly's ass chance.
Barclays and no chance.
Barclays no chance. There we go. But good luck. Hope you.
Although if I do it in ways, the way to try it is
Yeah, I've told him. Told him. I've even gave him the little extra ones that we don't give anyone. I've even done that. So yeah. So he's in with you.
Tricks and tropes you can use, but yeah. All right, let's see if we can get through some of these questions. Okay, so Francis Daniels, do you think it is possible that LTI will be bound to your first character at launch and not your account, rendering LTI useless to death of a spaceman?
No, it's bound to each ship.
It's the hull that's got it, not the account.
Yeah, and they've even stated that as soon as you kind of like change your gun, because that's what we're really waiting for, isn't it, Algared? That how insurance is going to work. Are they going to make you just pay for the additional? Do you have to rebuy the whole thing again? Things like that. So yeah.
But the latest update seems to be that when you get your ships back, you'll get them with the stock standard stuff. That's whereas
you
know, the special stuff's a risk. That seems to be one of the big things that people are picking up with 319. 318 is if you had it equipped on your ship, you got it back. So I haven't checked it out enough yet, so I'm not going to comment, but I have heard.
I think what they're moving towards, though, that with that newer stuff is it's kind of the start of the insurance system. So it's to kind of see where that's going to go, and we'll see.
One thing that we have seen, though, is that longer insurance times are coming if they're not already here.
Definitely. What was the so it's roughly an hour for the 890, and I think it's going to like 3 hours, so that's quite a step up.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I used to get 2 or 3 of each ship, because then I don't have to wait.
Yep.
But can't afford to do that to every ship, because otherwise you'd have 600 odd ships in your hangar, and that's obscene. So yeah. Next question. John has a question. They say, follow-up. My thinking is more on normally ship prices go up after they are released compared to concept sale. Currently it's up $70, but might that price increase to $90. So yeah, in terms of the Polaris, yes, it could go up. I can't remember which question you were, but if you're looking at Polaris, yes, the ships will go up. The ships go up. Actually currently $70. What's it? $70 at the moment. Tank. So yes, the tank could go up to $90 when it's released, which is the same price as a Gladius, which is what X was saying earlier. So possibly, but your guess is as good as ours.
Lemming did link me something very interesting. But you know actually. They're not both $60. They're Lemming. I'll talk to you about that later. Because one's cheaper than the other, where the two are exactly the same price. That's where your math is wrong. Lemming. Anyway, I'll get back to Lemming in a bit.
Okay, the next question, the answer is yes. I have a javelin.
Sorry, in my tiredness, when we turned on ISC, I forgot to turn off the audio filter. So apologies for that, guys. That's what it was. That the audio was compressed because of the audio filter. Sorry, I forgot to turn that off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed it was quite a bit. I didn't pick up with the audio filter.
Yeah.
And our mod did send us that message, but I thought, oh well, such is life. We'll live. As long as we don't talk too much, it'll be fine. And if we stop it. So sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, it's all good.
Arakdus, I'm guessing, had the question. He says, I have a Kraken, a Javelin, and an Idris, among others. Am I high on Hopium? Yes. Aiming to run them with a group of 4 people max and the rest AI crew. Can't keep up with CIG's current goals for AI crew. You are high on Hopium. I'm sorry. Yes, I've got Krakens, I've got Idrises, I've got Javelins, I've got Polarises and other multi-crew ships. And yes, if you're expecting, I do not expect to run any of them with 4 crew or 2 crew or 1 crew. I expect to grab my org and have my org help. I don't expect to be taking them out every week or every day. And I still expect they'll be supplemented with AI. Certainly the Kraken, or certainly the Javelin, and if you look at the Kraken with the number of ships it would carry, they are org ships. They are raid ships.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to do either of those with 4 people, you're nuts. The Javelin's current minimum crew is 12.
Yeah.
I can remember a time I could swear it used to be a lot more.
Yeah.
So
and they'll refine that as
12,
they'll refine that as time goes by too.
But they've already brought it down.
What was the max? The max crew was 83 originally, and I know the Idris was a lot smaller. And when they put in Squadron 42, it jumped right up to almost 80 as well because they had the shifts and stuff. So
they added, they put 90 NPCs on it or AI on it because it felt empty. So they gave it a crew of 90, and it still felt empty. The Javelin's crew was always, I think originally it was set at 40, but it had 80 beds, and so everyone's scratching their head going, why has it got 80? And I think it was just the crew shifts, but now it's listed as 80 crew on the Matrix of Lies, and with a min crew of 12. And I think I could swear it used to be more, but I'm going on memory.
Yeah.
But it was always a raid ship.
Just real quick to the mods, if that happens again and I forget to change the audio filter, please feel free to drop into the Discord and just say, sorry to interrupt. I give you permission to do that because again, it's just tiredness, so we don't normally forget this stuff, but yeah, if we do, feel free to grab my attention. And believe it or not, I probably see you mods better on Twitch than I do in Discord because it draws my eye where I have to actually look up to see your messages. So yeah, just
but if you pop into recording and say, hey guys,
I'm more than happy if you guys to speak up if you need to fix something like that. All right, cool.
100%.
Yep.
So I hope that helps. Arakadidas Z. Yeah.
Arakadidas Z. I think that's how you say it. The Z is, I don't know. That's a pick a name that rolls off the tongue, please. Jeez.
Yeah. Would I be happy if you were able to do that? Yeah, sure. But I can't see it. And you know, and I own all those ships and more, and like you, but I can't see just being able to do it with a minimum crew of 3 and that, and I expect 12 on a Javelin with. You'll still have AI crew you're running around with.
Yeah.
But yeah. Tangent Revolution question. How much salvage would a Reclaimer claim if a Reclaimer could claim salvage? Lots. There you go.
Revolutionary amount. I had to think
can
of some
you
with
say it 5 times fast?
No, but I can say how much would chuck the woodchuck would. But how much would chuck the woodchuck would? Oh, I almost stumbled there at the end.
There you go. Too tired, you can't say it.
Yes, I know.
Veritan P. Do you see them allowing the Storm's energy autocannon to be swapped out with larger ball cannon or even a variant of some AI utility?
No.
Its current setup seems to be very forward fire only. It seems to be
based on what John Crew said. He said they wanted it to be energy based. And from what I've seen of the model, it is. Again, you can go check it out yourself today. It'll be at the on the show floor at the hologram. It has this big barrel thing on the side of it, and there is a hose connected to it. And so when the hose is there and it's connected to the gun, if you think about all the guns at the moment, they all move independently and all that stuff. So if they actually connect the hose to it, and that hose has got to move with it, that makes it bespoke, and they can't copy that over from gun to gun to gun. So it's attached to that gun.
When we were looking at the weapons the other day, the energy weapons. when we were looking in the store, we did notice that the lightning bolt gun did seem to have at the back, seem to have tubes running to it as well. But
Look,
to me, it just said, to me, it was, it's an energy gun.
Never say never, but chances at this point is no.
Yep, 100%. And I know when we looked at that, it wasn't, it's going to be able to be moved. It was, yep, that's an energy gun, because it's was where our thinking went. So,
but we knew it was new as well, didn't we? Because we hadn't seen it before and we couldn't, and that's probably why, because it's Hurston. It just looks like nothing we've seen before. But yeah.
Yep. Judum EDM has a question. Would there be some consideration for replacing a Carrack in a fleet with Polaris, especially when having another dedicated explorer of a 600i? Why would you have a 600i over a Carrack?
No. Would there be some consideration for replacing a Carrack in a fleet? Yes, because you shouldn't have a Carrack in a fleet. A Carrack is a lone vehicle. It's meant to be out on its own, and it is undergunned.
I think.
And we've lost him. He'll be back in a minute. But with the Polaris, especially when having another dedicated explorer, no, you wouldn't have. See, the problem with the 600i is it's going to be so expensive to run.
Saying fleet, like in the ships that I own.
All right, you're back, Algared. Go ahead.
Okay, I think when he's talking fleet, he's talking in the ships I own rather than operating with those ships.
Yeah.
But I'd agree with what you're saying. The 600i is a more expensive ship.
But just I think the running cost is going to be too high on that thing personally. And again, if you're in a fleet, like some of those bigger ships are already going to have decent scanners and stuff like that. It really comes down to fleet composition. You're trying to look for an everyday ready solution. I don't think there is a perfect solution to any scenario. That's one of the best. That's why they say things in this game like there is no meta, because it really is going to depend on where you are and what other ships other people have. There is no perfect failsafe. I think that's one of the things that's becoming very clear as time goes by.
Now, if you're sitting there saying, I have a Carrack or I own a Carrack, among other ships, should I upgrade my Carrack to a Polaris? That's a totally different question. And then the question is, well, what are you wanting to do? And it really becomes a fix my fleet issue and working out what it is you want to do, what other things you like to do, and then trying to cover the bases of all of them. And it might be...
And we are looking for fix my fleet people at the moment, especially with me going on break. So yeah, if you want to reach out and do one, no hesitation to help you get that done.
And, you know, and it could be in your situation, the answer is yes. And when you go through it, could end up being it doesn't work. It doesn't fit your situation as being covering all the things you're enabling you to cover all the things you want to do. So, yeah. But I would value a Carrack over a 600i personally, but that's just me. And I do that just based on the ships you get. Like Carrack, you get a C8 and the Ursa, which I think is better than a G12, and the exploration version of the 600, you get a G12. So I think the Carrack's the better option.
See, the other thing, you can actually look at even the explorers themselves, like much like when we've gone into dropships. The dropships is a really good one because there's a lot of them, right? But you look at every single dropship, it still has its place, right? And it'll be the same with most ships. You can look at any ship and it'll still have that one instance where it's better than all, right? And I find the Carrack is that lone wolf out, really covers itself, and it's a hyper generalist though, right? Where then you can get another ship, like let's look at the Terrapin as an example. It's got 2 scanners on it, so you can have 2 different types of scanners. But then obviously there will be bigger ships that can do that, but the drawback becomes then you need shitloads more crew. So even then you can, well, there's only 2 of us and we've got to look for 2 different things. Let's take the Terrapin. Oh, well, it saves us taking that Carrack out and we would be undermanned. You can see very quickly that there is room for every ship in this game.
And if I was looking for an actual fleet operation, I'd probably, and a scout explorer ship, and I was after something with chunky explorers, I'd probably be looking at more a Terrapin than a Carrack or a 600i or a...
Well, see, the argument can be made there, you know...
But then it depends on the situation.
Well, that's not exactly, but the argument I was going to say is with his Polaris idea is chuck a Terrapin in it.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
Again, what Algared said is 100% true. That's a fix my fleet question. We need to sit down and talk to you for that one.
So it really depends on where you're at and what you want to do. And Fred, Have you accepted the Polaris as your capital ship and save point yet? No.
Have you
I
accepted
can't accept the Polaris as a save point yet because it doesn't work. But no, my capital ship is a Javelin.
And I think mine will probably be the Kraken. So yeah.
The Kraken. So yeah.
I'm gonna have to come up with a really witty name, like what's Crackalacken, or you know.
Yep.
Algared's other ship is a Bengal.
Yep. My other ship is a Bengal in my dreams.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll come up.
Doug 1086 says, realistically, when do you think the A1 and the Apollo will be available to fly? How long's a bit of string?
CitizenCon AIE. I think that is the plan. They wrap up on the roadmap in June was the last time I looked at it.
Yep.
So the next big event after that, as Algared kind of alluded to with the way sales go. So yeah, I'd say that it's CitizenCon Invictus, and it was sold at CitizenCon. So for it to take 1 year and to sell it there again, and they knew it was going to be a popular ship because of the Cuddy Black, and that's squarely where they aimed it across the bow. It's like here's Crusader, a manufacturer you know you all like, and I'm going to be honest, I think they've fallen a bit out of grace since time's gone by, but we know you guys love Crusader. Oh, by the way, it the most popular ship in the game that a lot of people buy
is this. We're going to match it against it. Yep.
Dollar signs.
100%.
Think with dollars, not your brain. All right.
Access 96 says, what other backlog ships do you think may be completed this year? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Paul would like the X1.
Yep. But no one else cares about that.
No one else cares about it. I don't care about
it. I know he
keeps
going on and on about it, but really at the end of the day, what gameplay does it add? It doesn't add anything, and that's why they haven't done anything. It's just another bike, and I don't know how many of them they sold. I'm not worried about that at all. Again, like it's kind of like what Algared said with the how long is a piece of string analogy. Until they've got gameplay to back them, until the game like ticks over to release, there really isn't something else. You know, there's another bike that you can take. And at the moment, all bikes kind of relatively act the same, relatively speaking, you know, until they start getting more fleshed out and get those gold passes where they all fit into their own little slots. And, you know, we don't have really roads in the game yet, as an example. So the Nox fly is pretty much similar to the Dragonfly. You know, there's not a lot of difference between the two. So we're just not at that point yet where it really matters. You know, if the X1 had something that was basically put it up and above the others, awesome. But it really doesn't. Like if it had that enclosed cab you and I talked about, that would have given it a feature that the others don't have. But it doesn't. It's just a shell with your legs dangling out.
I think it's the X1 I've heard operates very much like the Dragonfly. So it's space as well as ground, but
the Nox does that. The Nox does that as well. Most of the anything that hovers does both. But I just want to know the place for the G12, right? Because honestly, if you look at the Nox, look at the Dragonfly and stuff like that, they have a variant that shoots, they have a variant that carries cargo, and then they have a racing variant. And you know that, and yes, that's probably split for the Dragonfly and the Nox, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like, what does the G12? What does the X1 offer? What is its niche? And I just don't. The G12 has that though, right? If we look at the G12 enclosed cab, gives it a thing. Gives it a thing above the Cyclone,
and it was the thing we thought that it was going to be when we first saw it. We thought, oh, it's an enclosed cab and it's about Cyclone sized, awesome. And then that just got bladdered when it's actually just a slightly smaller Ursa, but only does one person or two people. It's like,
and why would you take a G12 when you can take an
cargo.
Ursa? Yeah,
larger footprint for width, less cargo, less people than an Ursa. Like,
so,
why?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe things will change in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, anything's possible, as we keep saying.
Lemming's saying his CCU chains wants the X1, so he gets some cheap. Yeah, well, that'll happen eventually. Yeah.
So if you got an X1 as a LTI token, yes, CCU chains would be great. I can see some people saying X1 is racing primarily and other stuff. So yep. Tom Van Duren has a question. They say, do you guys think the Lynx is a quick win because it's a Squadron 42 mission or something?
No, it's just that they're
No,
trying
it's
to
just an
get
old ship.
they're trying to get vehicles and like look at this whole sale. It's the first time we've ever had a ship that is no ship for sale, that's brand new, that doesn't have a quantum drive, and everything is sub $100. It's because they're trying to knock small things out because they're quick and easy, but they can still raise money while they're all working on Squadron 42 to get that polished and out the door.
And the Lynx isn't kind of a quick win. It's been on the cards as something they needed to get done since easily 2014.
Yep.
Because 2014 is when they brought out the Connies and the Connie variants, and that's when that's when the Lynx was first stated. So yeah, I just think it was time to do it, so they did it, and they could do it, and with minimum people working on it, and it will generate sale. So, Jabberwocky says, I'm disappointed that the SRV wasn't released and probably won't be until 3.20. Do you guys think we would have seen it? Did you guys think we would have seen it now?
What was that vehicle? Sorry, I got to miss.
So the SRV, not released and probably won't be until 3.20. Did we think it would be released now?
I'm going to bundle this with another question that I saw earlier, is what we think the price of it was going to be. So I'm going to chuck that in there as well, Algared. We'll do 2 for 1. Yeah, it kind of got, like, the art assets really look like what it's been done, but obviously it's waiting for the tech of tractor beams. You released that thing without the tech of tractor beams? What is it? It's a glorified reclaimer from back in the day. Can't do anything. Doesn't even really do cargo well, so yeah.
Can't even do cargo. At least the reclaimer could do cargo.
So it's really waiting for tractor beams, and I think they're, correct me if I'm wrong here, I go to the 320 is where they were scheduled.
I think that's, I'm guessing by his base that it probably won't be up to 320 as the reasoning for that.
Yeah.
But I think that rings a bell.
All right, cool. And the price, Algared, as I said, where do you reckon that's going to land if you had to take a stab?
What's its price at the moment? I'd have to.
It is 150, and based on the Vulture went from 140 to 175 or 165. So that was probably the biggest jump we've seen in a vehicle in that price range in a while. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, so it was 140 to 175. So that was a $25 jump. It's the biggest one we've seen in a long while in that price point. It's where they want it to land at the end of the day. Like, do they want to space it out for CCU reasons? Do they want to, is there an empty space in there that they want to get to? I would say
they want to put it up so you can't CCU, use it as a CCU, which is a smaller ship.
So I think the safe bet, Algared, would be to say $10 to $25. I think that's a safe bet, yeah?
Yeah, that's usually a safe bet for ships. You know, you look at, the cheaper the ship, the smaller the jump. Once you go above 150, you're looking at 10 to 25 usually.
But again, looking at the precedence of what happened to the Vulture, it could technically jump by 35. So it could go as high as 185. So I think it's a tough one, right? And I think the Vulture was a rarity, but again, they have got a little bit more money savvy of late, so things are jumping a little higher than normal. So we'll have to wait and see. But I don't know. You tell me, Algared, where do you sit? I set the SRV kind of under the Vulture, not above it, but they've priced the original concept above at 150.
I think part of it would be because theoretically you could make money a lot quicker in that, by doing missions just to pull someone back rather than having to sit there and drip. But yeah, my advice for anyone who wants it, again, like with any ship, is do it by a CCU to it, but when it's available, to lock in the price and then just CCU at your leisure to that ship.
Yeah, and I've done that as well. I've grabbed one in case, and if I don't like it, I'll melt it.
Yep. Zenstrata, what is the value of skins if we can paint our own ships?
I think they kind of talked about that. So there's obviously a before release type of thing, and there's the kind of after release type of thing. And I think the other part is they kind of explained this when the Nox came out. Remember the Nox Q Algared? Do you remember this? And it was decals and stuff. So it's decals. at the end of the day. They will have these little details that you just won't be able to get on the skins. So yeah, you can have a red skin. Do you have a red skin with the marks on it and
The
stuff
racing
like
decals
I
and
think
other stuff.
I think it'll come back to patterns and decals at the end of the day, but yeah, you correct me if you think I'm wrong.
Yeah, and you could get people who are really good at making skins, and if they make a skin with decals on it, they'll sell it for they'll be, theoretically be able to sell it. So
yeah,
I know years ago they did talk about that being an opportunity for people to be able to make stuff and sell it.
So
I also wonder whether they will keep that idea of being able to make the paints just because they can sell so many, make skins and sell them. So.
Right, so real quick, I've just opened this up to show you what Algared and I were talking about. So this is showing what Algared was talking about. Like, I'm just using a hanger link here to give an example. This is a really great tool, just to also show you if you're wondering if something fits. Right, you can just come in here and answer it yourself, because they generally put it in pretty damn quickly once it's known. Yeah. So as Algared said, it actually, terrifyingly, it looks bigger when you look at it from above. It really does. Like, we all assumed at the Inforunners that the G12 was like this, but it's not. It's this behemouthy thing,
and it's slightly narrower and shorter than an Ursa, if memory serves me correctly, but it's actually a wider base due to the wheels.
So you're talking about the
G12 versus the Ursa.
Wait, 5.8 on the G12. No, just on the wiki.
All right.
And 5. So you are correct. It's 5.8. So it's almost a whole meter wider. It doesn't look it in that depth, is it?
And that means it doesn't fit into most connies.
Yeah.
It may possibly just fit into a Phoenix after the widening.
Yeah. So yeah. Makes me wonder if they're going to come back to all these ships and like redo the metrics so they, okay, so this ship has a small or a medium or a large, and so therefore it fits all small to medium or large. They really need to do that at some point, and then I think that'll speak to gold passes when they come. And
that comes back to the hangar pads, like, because our vehicles sit on the cargo pads. You almost want that same application of cargo pads working for landing pads to work with cargo pads. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I think it comes back to my whole problem that I have with Origin. They are literally giving up functionality for look and luxury, and I don't know. I've always been one of those function over form people. Like I have a few creature some fancy things in real life, but in a video game, does it matter?
Yeah, I think Origin do that one thing you cottoned onto a couple of a while ago, is it seems they seem to have more better components or more components as backup, and so they won't break down as often or need as much maintenance as others. But when they do break, they're going to be a hell of a thing to repair. But that's the only positive I can see for them. But when I look at a G12 versus an Ursa, and I can get 6 people in an Ursa, is it 6 at the back? 4.
I think it's 6. I think it's
4
or
6
6
at the back plus a driver, versus a driver and a passenger, or a driver and passenger and 4 SCU of cargo versus 1 SCU of cargo. Why would you go a G12?
It really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because even at 4, it's double the amount of people that is in a G12.
Yeah,
and it really, like, there's, I just don't like. I guess the argument is it goes faster, so it's like it's halfway between a Cyclone and an Ursa. But then when they're both in the medium, and again you've got something that's so much more generalized with the cargo and stuff, I just keep coming back to the Ursa every day of the week. It's really funny. The Ursa is one of those vehicles that has really stood the test of time, because it's like they made it at this midpoint, and everything else has kind of been built around it, like a lot smaller or larger, and I just keep coming back to it because it does everything. There's nothing like, okay, the only thing it really doesn't do is shoot anti-air missiles, all right? But then I just take that with one of the soldiers that go in there. Problem solved.
G12 in the ship upgrade thing, valued at $60. The Lynx currently $60.
Yeah.
Lynx has double the passengers.
That's true. That's true. There we go. We got a reason to get it to get it.
So an RSI luxury vehicle is better than an Origin luxury vehicle. There you go.
And that's the funny thing. They will fit in the 600i.
Yep. And it
won't be as fast though.
No, probably won't be as fast as a G12 because the G12 Racer is built for speed. And I think the wider chassis also gives it that ability to be more stable.
Do you know who I would throw this back to? I would throw this to our friends at the Yacht Club. Mr. Yacht Club, Mr. Joe Run and Stim Citizen, please get back to us because you are more into the luxury area than we are, and you can do it on a live stream or retort or react to us. I'm sure someone will clip this off Twitch and send it to you if someone would be so kind. Please tell us, what do you guys prefer? And what is your reasoning? Why would you want a Lynx over a G12, or why would you want a G12 over a Lynx? And let us know because as Algared said, they're about the same price and. I could see, some person wanting speed and someone wanting the more comfort.
And I could see, the fact that the Ursa is slightly smaller than a Lynx. The Lynx is slightly smaller than a G12. It will fit in a 600i, but the G12 won't fit in a Phoenix.
Exactly. So it definitely gives the Origin people a choice. It's just interesting. That's I actually kind of like that they put them at the same choice. It's like, now pick. You can only have one. No, knowing them, you can have both. And that's probably what the response will be. I brought both. Yeah. That'll probably be their reply, but we'll see. All right, get back to us, Tim and Joe Run. Thank you, guys. All right, next question, please.
Sync, can you show the questions?
No.
I think that's our quiz questions that we ask. We may have to start doing that.
Yeah.
Although it's a hard thing because
that makes so much more work for me. I could jerry rig it though, Algared, and do it like this. So if I did, or is it
do a quiz question-y type thing?
No, I'm just wondering if I can do it like this. Hang on. So if I just call it no, that's not it. Keep talking, Algared. Next question. I'll see if I can do it real quick. Can you do that?
Let's see, go back to question because changing that just stuffed it up for me. Fat Gus says, I spent half my session answering questions in global chat. Yes. Sorry, I spend half my sessions in answering questions in global chat. Yes. You will often do that if you're playing a game.
Yep. So there you go, Algared. I could do it like this.
Yep.
Something like this. And then pick a font and all that type of stuff. But it wouldn't look as nice as our normal stuff. You know how I put everything with backgrounds and drop colors and stuff like that.
You could possibly put that window in a box, but that's more work down the track. So
we'll see. Well, at the
I will
moment...
say thank you, Fat Gus, for your service of answering questions during your gaming sessions. So yeah. Prazul says, or Prisol says, question, 2 times Kraken, 1 times Kraken, plus 1 times Privateer or Javelin.
Wait, say that again. See, 2 times?
2 Kraken, 2 standard Kraken, a Kraken and a Privateer, or a Javelin.
God, I need to read that again for myself. Sorry. 2 times Kraken, 1 Privateer, or Javelin. Again, that's a fix my fleet question. Algared, I would kind of come back to that.
What do you want to do? How many you're playing with?
Yeah.
What do they're not, I know people seem to think we have the answers at the tip of our tongue, but we don't. Because
that really comes back to what you want to do in game and stuff, and that just becomes really difficult.
We literally do sit down and go, okay, what is it you want to do? And then we try to help, and then even go as far as saying, what are your must-have ships? So what are the must-have things you got, or what are the things you don't want, or don't kind of, and then we work at helping build fleet that gives best bang for buck for what you're after.
Yeah.
And realistically, once you go up to Kraken, Idris, and Javelin, you're not getting bang for buck.
I think I think I could rule out the 2 Krakens though, couldn't you?
My gut would be to rule out both because you're just doubling up.
Yeah, so I'd go. I would go.
That would be if you're going to one gets destroyed, I can pull one out again.
I actually think the strongest one that I would probably get behind would be a Kraken and an Idris. Out of those 4 options, it's the most versatile because you can take a Kraken and upgrade it to a privateer and back from privateer to a Kraken, right? So they're interchangeable, and then the Idris is a completely different ship. So you get 2 ships in that price, technically 3 if you really think about it, and then the Javelin, it's just 1 ship, and then the others are all double ups.
But then it depends. It also depends on what you're trying to do. If you're saying, I want the Orc raid ship and I'm looking for that, that big Orc raid ship, then.
Yeah, I agree with you, but what I'm trying to say is that's probably the broadest appeal that you could get.
Yeah. If you're after the broad appeal, then you'd go that one. And another option I could even chuck in with that Idris, just to show you the type of things you start to look at, is Kraken and a Polaris.
Yeah.
So you're opening that can of worms as to what you're really looking at, what's going to work well with things, and trying to look at what things you're wanting to do and how you're trying to do it.
Even if we don't do episodes of Fix My Fleets, if you want to make a time to meet up with me and Algared, we will talk this stuff through with you. And again, there is the CCU channel and the Fix My Fleet channel in there. Other people will help you if we are not around, and stuff like that. And they that's where we recommend people start, and they will escalate you up to us very quickly. And they know that we're looking for episodes at the moment. So if they find one and they think you're a good candidate,
I'll flag X or Y. And we've had a couple have been suggested, and they've kind of haven't panned out yet, but we are still looking. We're eager.
Yeah, and if you're another content creator too, we are looking for ones. So a lot of people think that we are going to force people to change their fleet, and that's just not how this works at all. It's seeing if you even need to change it at all. It's just trying to see if is there any recommendations we can make for you to help you out. How can we help you save some money, things like that. And if you're a content creator though, I want to do some more content creator ones. Even if it's just to let other people look at your fleet. That is enough for me for a Fix My Fleet.
Or even just go through why did you end up getting the stuff
exactly
done?
Yeah.
I remember when we did mine, it was, well, it's not a Fix My Fleet because I don't want to fix my fleet. I don't want to change it. I've got what I've got because I've got Pokemon syndrome.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is at the time there was some people running around with certain monetary value of their accounts, and we don't want to advertise what Algared spent because it's just more fuel for the haters. So we left it off.
So that's why my fleet didn't get, and it also broke the thing at the time. So
maybe Algared, like, just as release hits or something like that, we might come back and do it. And someone actually said that, I think it was Expat I was talking to, was saying like a Fix My Fleet follow-up is what I ended up going with, was the title. But coming back and, like, I really want to see, she was saying she wants to see Astropub's fleet. And I said, well, we've done that. And she said, well, has it been updated? And I said, well, that's actually not a bad idea. So what 2 or 3 years after we've done an episode, do we come back and look at our fleets and see where they've gone to? So, and we have done that with some other people that we've worked with. It could be interesting.
And I know there's at least one Fix My Fleet where the person came to us and we said, well, there's not really anything to fix. You're showing us what you've got and you've got your plan. And we went, based on what you're saying.
That was at the end of last year, wasn't it? It was fairly recent,
we said, that's pretty much, I don't even know if we recorded it, but it was certainly one we went, that's what you want, that's what you're going.
Actually, it might be the one that's in the bank. Now think about it. Might be the one that's sitting there that we haven't released. I'll have to go back and check. So we did record one about a month ago, and I instantly knew that I was going on holiday. So I'm like, I'm holding on to that because that's one less thing we've got to do.
So occasionally we get something and we go, look, based on what you've told us and what you're looking, you've worked out, you know what you want, you know where you're going, you've worked out a plan, and sometimes it's just, hey, have I missed anything?
Thank you, Lemming.
And it's just that process of adding more people to look, I think that's the key advantage, isn't it? It's having different views, look at it too. So it's not just.
And we often bring in supporters in that when we do that as well. So there are other people that have fleets and stuff and different opinions, and there is no right or wrong opinion. Just like there's no stupid question. It's just that you know, and we've had people come in, and you just got to be, when you put your idea out there, you got to be willing to be wrong. You know, and we are often wrong, aren't we? You know, and someone else will call us on it, and it refines it and makes it more correct, you know, or closer to correct. So, yeah.
And there's no right or wrong in what chips you have in your fleet.
Exactly.
And you got to remember, like, Fix My Fleet is not what chips are the best for what you're looking at. It's what chips give me the best value of my money now. So it's trying to stretch your money to give you the largest breadth and gameplay options.
I think
so
you and I would
enjoy going down the track.
Like, I think both you and I would say that there are ships in our fleets that are not good value.
Oh.
Right?
Hell yeah.
That's head over heart. So half of what we teach is head, and I think Fix My Fleet really brings in it's
the heart.
It's the heart, but it's also tailoring it specifically to individual users. So most of what we say is generalized advice across the board, but then Fix My Fleet is showing, well, this is how you kind of apply it, but you got to remember it's a case by case basis. So it shows you those two extremes, so you can figure out what you want to do yourself.
And I know people often say we only ever recommend the Crucible and the Endeavour.
They're very good recommendations.
And there's a reason for it. The base reason is just because they're still at their starter price. They're still at their $350 starter price.
But we have people come in, they go, oh yeah, I'm not into this and I'm not into that. Like, and they don't get recommended. It's not every single one. It's just like, we ask people, we'll go, do you want to do lots of different gameplay? And they'll go, yeah, I want to try, I want to try as much as possible. And then we'll go, well, here's an Endeavour, because it does a shitload of things.
And they go, oh, I can't do that. And then it's, oh, but I can't afford it. And we go, oh, it's $350.
Yeah.
Oh, it changes it.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with the Crucible. If they have a Reclaimer, we often recommend a Crucible because they work so well synergistically together. So and we'll have people that will blatantly turn around a straight point to our face, no, I hate repair. And we're like, cool, we move on.
Okay. Yep. But if they say, oh, I want to do merchant, I want to do salvage and repair, we'll often say, hey, Crucible's a good mix for that, because especially if you've got a BMM and that, you salvage, you repair it, you sell it. And so there's,
and it's different across the board too, because you get people that want a very specific industry ship to go with combat, and then you get another person that's got nothing to do with combat. And you guys that have watched it knows, I think you know by now what Fix My Fleet is. It really is that tailoring where the other stuff we do is hyper generalized advice, and you can't do both. It just doesn't work. So we needed that. That's where Fix My Fleet came from. It just came from a need to tailor. It's like, well, how do I tailor this to me? And so it's not possible to tailor it to everyone. But by the number of episodes we've done of Fix My Fleet now, I would not be surprised if you couldn't go out and go, that guy's fleet and what he's trying to do is 90% of what I'm at.
Yeah. And just go and just match and mix and match and do that. But the idea of Fix My Fleets was also to pick situation then and try and show the method we approach to going through those. But yeah, so if you haven't checked out Fix My Fleet, if you're new to the channel or new to the game and you're trying to sort out, check out Fix My Fleet and see what's there.
So I love that first time Chatter Zombie 12 said, so what are you saying is I need a Kraken, right? I'm getting a Kraken. Here's what he wants to hear. That we've had people like that too. Like, we'll say one thing and they hear something completely different. So yeah.
I didn't hear it say you need a Kraken at all. I heard it saying you need an Endeavour and a Crucible. So anyway, silly questions are things like, will I ever see Squadron 42 before I die? Yes. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Shinobi Trip, that was Drebin2293 who answered that question, sorry.
Yep.
Shinobi Trip, the question for the links. Just show the mindset, the questions for the links just show the mindset of people that want the luxury gameplay. Execute has always been against lackluster luxury functionality, so it's no surprise Eddie's question to the Q&A. No, but it was my reaction to the Q&A. I was going more ballistic than Execute was. Because I couldn't believe
before the show, I had to tell him to calm down. I said, Algared, you're clearly crabby.
I couldn't believe the stupidity, what I considered the stupidity of some of those questions.
Yeah. And he realized very quickly how tired he was because he was venting a lot more than usual. It's usually me that does the venting. So when Algared's doing it, he's definitely.
So if I'm cussing like a champion, I'm really tired, and and I honestly could not believe some of those questions. To me, they were 5-second Google jobs.
Yeah,
and you'd have had the answer.
And when it comes back to like when we've only got so many questions that can be answered, it's annoying when one's wasted like that.
If it was every question gets answered, or every type of those questions gets answered, no problem.
That's why we get
only 10 questions, and you got 5 of them are useless questions that 5 seconds of Googling would give you the answer.
Well, it's the same thing with I think the really good one that we can is, will it fit? Like, we're sick of that question being asked now, because you can look it up, like we showed you just here. You can essentially do it yourself very quickly, and I know someone will say the argument is, but it's not out yet. Well, so then wait until it's out, because it instantly wastes that question in the Q&A. If you're too impatient to wait, because the question's not going to be an answer till it's released anyway. So again, it's superfluous. Just wait, and you can answer it yourself pretty quickly. And they'll say things like, when they sell it at concept, this is a medium vehicle, this is a large vehicle, and that's all they need to say. And they give you the measurements, so you can then take a pre-existing one and measure it against it.
And go, this is this
laziness.
Size 1 hangar, or this size 1 cargo area is this, right? Okay. But yeah, it's frustrating. But yeah.
It's frustrating when we've got so little questions. And I'm going to be honest, I really wish CIG would start filtering ones out that are superfluous. Like, it's almost like they want them there though, which is annoying. But we'll see.
Well, I think the more banal those questions are, the less they've got to actually commit themselves.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's, I get that as being a fair thing, because it gives them the scope. The second you lock something in and say it can definitely do that, it's got to definitely be able to do that. So I get it, but it's frustrating as all hell.
All right, Algared, did I show you this shit?
Yes, you did.
You know how I was telling you the little things had been falling off? The last one just fell off. So I've lost all the little ones. So yeah, I'm going to have to get a glue or something to stick them back on. But yeah, I 3D printed this for Paul. I don't know, you guys tell me if you think I did a good job or not.
You did a shit job.
Yeah.
But,
right. Well, and Algared's going to show you his job next week. So here, everyone expects him to do better. All right. Yeah, next week. The loser has to buy the other one a javelin. That's how it works, right? Yeah.
No. But you also already know that I was actually...
You're giving me shit.
Quite impressed by it.
Yeah. So yeah. But yeah. It had some difficulty, but I intend to do that for all the boys. So I'm gonna try and do a Space Tomato one, a Loken one, a Badgers one. So getting them all to slowly send.
But yeah. All right. Yeah.
Next one.
Space Tomatoes one is a bitch of one. So
no, I figured out how I can get it to work, so it should be good.
Yeah.
Yep.
John Paul Boyle says, I think it's dumb, but CIG chose the dumb questions. Yes, we agree.
Well, it's not up to them. It's just it's the top 10. That's why we keep arguing about the upvoting and downvoting arrows, because if we had downvoting arrows, we can, as a community, edit out the stupid ones.
Yep.
And their argument is, yes, you can do that because you go back and upvote other ones. But if you know how Google search works, as an example, only 70% of people do not go to the second page. So that means the vast majority of people you are fighting against. So therefore, it by logic dictates and the way things like that work,
unless you go on the first page, you don't really have a chance.
Their thought process is flawed. And the whole reason they don't want downvoting arrows, as we said earlier, was because they don't want people to be piled on. So what you do is that's the default, that downvoting arrows are turned off. But if you so choose to in your post, you can turn them on. And essentially, that's what piling on is. It's removing crap, things that you don't agree with. So that they call it piling on. I call it survival of the fittest. That's kind of what it is it not?
I just think, like if piling on would be, you give them a downvote and then you're giving a negative comment.
Yeah, it's not a downvote to pile on. To me, it's a comment. But I could see it as down anonymously piling on, but that doesn't that just mean you disagree with them? So therefore, so who are you protecting? You're protecting these people that have these views that the vast majority of people don't agree with. How do they ever learn that? How do they ever learn that they are in the minority if they are not shown that? And that is the most anonymous way to do it, right? That's the least insulting way to do it. If you've actually got to sit there and comment, maybe that's what I firmly agree why the place is so toxic, because you can't just go anonymous downvote and walk away and go, yeah, I disagree with you, thanks for coming, but I don't want to actually converse with you. You've actually got to sit there and go, you're an idiot, I hate what you're saying, you're an idiot, blah blah blah, and so it makes it worse. I don't know.
And I often find, even if you try and be constructive in the criticism of a comment, you end up being
text comes off as cold and
toxic and all the rest of it as well.
I know.
So,
I wish as a community we could test it. I'd like to go like 3 months. Let's try what it's like with downvote errors, and if the whole thing becomes less toxic, there's your answer straight away. I think that the not having the downvote errors is actually causing far more harm than good.
Just look at our chat.
Yep.
Our YouTube chat. You can upvote or downvote comments.
Yep.
Now, 9 times out of 10, you get an upvoted comment. You very rarely get a downvoted comment.
Yep.
Regardless of who it is.
In fact, I'd say most downvoted comments just have no votes on them at all.
Yep.
So they don't even hold them. They just say nope.
Yep, and they just don't touch it. They just don't. There's no comment on it. But and then you often see there might be an upvote, or there might just the discussion goes off that, and so.
So Lemming is saying that they do now hide the downvotes, but yes, you can actually download an add-on to most browsers that actually show the downvotes still. And there was complaints when they were going to take that away, and so they left it alone, and so now you can add it. And I've got it downloaded because I want to see who these ratios. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know they call it snow effect mentality, but I think we are far too protected in the lives that we live now. And there is going to be points where, like, put it this way. This is a radical way to look at it. Say aliens rocked up tomorrow. Do you think that people are going to cuddle people? Or you think they're going to, like, the harsh realities of, oh shit, there's another race here. We need to band together as a species. It's going to go out the window. Straight, and it's the same thing. Like you take these people that live in a lap of luxury and you chuck them into a war zone, they're going to learn the hard way. Isn't it better to have like some slight survival skills so you're all at least generally rounded as a person, rather than living in this bubble that you have to live in that bubble your entire life, and it's just not realistic. It's like a house cat versus a cat that goes outside and hunts, birds and mice and stuff. You can see it. It's the same as when you put an animal in captivity. Exactly. Essentially, what they're wanting to do is put us as animals in captivity, and I don't agree with it. Anyway,
William Bridge says, I don't know if it was covered, but the Phoenix Emerald Fortuna is sold with a Fortuna. The Phoenix Emerald Fortuna is sold with a Fortuna Ursa and a MT and an MT. Does that mean that you still keep the Ursa and get the Lynx as an addition? The Ursa was always sold as the pack that had, if it's got the Ursa listed and in the pack. So you go up to a pack and this has a Phoenix and an Ursa in it. You'll have an Ursa, a Phoenix, and the Lynx, because the Lynx is part of the ship. So the Lynx and the P-72 are part of the ship's equipment. It's like so if it's listed.
I think the simplest way to say this, Algared, is just expand out that little window, the little triangle, expand it out, see what's in the pack, because that's what comes in it. I think that's the easiest answer.
And if it's got the Ursa listed in that window, you get the Ursa. If it's not listed in the window, you don't get it. But if you've got a Phoenix listed in that window, you will get a Lynx and a P-72, because they're intrinsic parts of that ship. They're not part of the pack. They're part of the ship. and that's the big thing. That's what that sheet that X put up earlier from CIG of the snub ships and vehicles with larger ships. That's what that was showing.
Yeah, I do. No, nope. Yeah, there it is. Got it. Hang on, I'll flick it back over for you. Sorry. Yep. This one.
Yep. So this chart here, and if we can remember, we'll put that link to that page in the chat. But that is telling you what ships come with what snubs or vehicles come with ships.
I'm gonna check something now because someone's telling me apparently his carrack doesn't show. One of our mods is saying his carrack doesn't show the Ursa.
No, it won't show the Ursa. They don't show the Ursa in the equipment. They are intrinsic. They are included as the vessel. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. So
if it lists the Ursa in the pack, you'll end up with 2 of them. So if you've got a Phoenix with an Ursa, with an Emerald Phoenix with an Emerald Ursa in their pack, you will have an Emerald Phoenix, a Lynx, a P-72, and the Emerald Ursa in that pack.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
So you'll find that the carrack does not have the Ursa and the Pisces listed in its equipment because they're there, so it's that type of thing. But the Idrises don't have in their pack has an MPVU. It's just the 890 doesn't have the 85X listed. It's just included in there. So
all right, next question then.
So yeah, hope that answers your question, William. Chris Hopper says, any speculation or input on a war bonds this year for Polaris this year? Possible?
I would say generalistically, based on the fact that we saw the Aquila today, and it looks like it's going to be the what the hell was the other
Nova
one?
Tomorrow?
The Nova tomorrow? Yeah, no. Just based on that, because they unless there's one right at the last day, which is always a possibility as well.
And it's always a possibility, but this year, yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
IAE, anything's possible.
That's it.
Prasul, would you do a deal? Would you do an ideal fleet video at X price point in total spend, say 10K?
We did do one. What was it? Was it under? We did around about $1,000 one, didn't we? A while ago.
We did. Yeah, we did up to $1,000.
Probably time to do another one though, because it's been a couple of years and there's a few new ships come along.
And there's a lot of new ships down at that price. So yeah. So I think we did one way back, looking at best starter ship for under. I think we did 250, 500, and 1,000.
Hey, maybe there's another idea for the ones we pre-record when I go on holiday.
Yeah. 10K fleet.
Maybe. Or a 1K fleet again.
Or 1K fleet, 5K fleet.
Did we do one called different fleets at different price points or something like that?
It was something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It was cheap fleets at something, and yeah, so budget fleets. So yeah, check out our videos. I'm pretty certain we've got a couple in there that cover that type of question. But as you said, X, it's probably time to do another one. So
yeah,
or redo them. Glass Sword says, so I'm thinking of trading up to either a Sabre or Cuddy Blue. They are in a similar price point, but both are in my both are in my list to get. If they're both in your list to get, which one do you like most? That's the one to upgrade to.
Just get that. What were the two things again? He said a Cuddy Blue and a Sabre.
Yep. I'd
probably yeah. I'd say with bounty hunting coming online really soon, in the next while, that might be the more interesting one. But right now, like today, the Sabre because of the combat. But I kind of agree with Algared. If you can put up with a bit of lack of combat in the blue will be better in a very short period of time.
And my thinking there is just it gives you a bit more versatility. It gives you the bit of cargo space. You're going to have the cells for when bounty hunting's in. It's not a slouch in combat. I think it still has the better combat resistance to all the cutlasses. But at the end of the day, it comes down to which one do you prefer.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Thanks, Chris. When you're ready.
Over 42, any idea on what is with the 100 starter pack getting removed and re-added to the store repeatedly?
Because they put it up on squadron42.com.
Yeah.
I think they're just getting ready for switching some stuff around.
The Doug 1086 says, griefing, any thoughts? You all seem pretty passive.
I don't think there's enough of a game there at the moment to worry. I think they are going to have things that come in that change how things operate right now.
Yep.
But it is just, you know, I've been griefed. You know,
Yep.
I talked about that with Algared. Remember where I was going out in the Reclaimer during
Yep.
in the PTU, mind you. This is one place where I don't think you should do any griefing because you're testing.
The PTU is not supposed to be griefed or combat unless requested. So this
was when we were testing the starting of salvage, and I'd go out in a Reclaimer, and this person literally had I think it might have been a saber with scatterguns, but they literally built that ship to kill Reclaimers. It was the perfect ship to kill. I can't remember what it was, but the way it was set up, he came in me and started hitting me so hard, I had to pick up speed and then stop on a dime above Grimhex, and I was red all over. And then when that failed, he tried to ram me, and it didn't work. And then I had a similar instance a couple of weeks later on live, and someone tried to do it with the Corsair. It was pretty funny. And I'd landed in the hangar, and he literally comes in and lands like that as the doors are closing to try and make me explode, and it didn't work. And then he took off, and his wings fell off and all that shit. It was really funny.
Yep.
Having a good laugh.
Yep.
And
unfortunately,
did nothing.
there are people who do that and get their jolls from doing that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I think they're a bunch of losers when they do that, but
yeah.
I don't really bother because if I come across people doing that, I just change servers.
Yeah. That's it.
You know, but I don't really bother beyond that because at the moment it's just alpha. Nothing matters.
Yeah, that's it.
Nothing that matters.
Everything you've got now is going to be gone in the next wipe anyway. So
I'm not worried about this.
Yeah. That was happening. If that was happening in the full real game, then I'd be worried.
Oh yeah.
But I think that's you want them to be doing it now.
Yeah. So
because not just so they get caught, but they figure out how to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off there, but
no, that's fine.
I 100% agree with what you were.
We're on the same thought process. So yeah, wavelength. So it's totally fine. All right. Yeah, I'm just gone back and looked at my Carrack, and my Carrack doesn't show the rover either. So yeah.
It never has.
But guess what? My Carrack comes with Legacy Alpha. That's how old mine is. And I get an Anvil hat, a Carrack Expedition plushie, and a name reservation. So yeah, it's just some weird stuff when you look at some of my older packs. So yeah, all right.
So the Doug 1086 has servers around here aren't COD, they're not Call of Duty servers. Yep, they're right.
All right, Algared, while I'm thinking of it, I'll answer that one. Go ahead.
Yep. Aeon has a question. Do you think they'll rework the concierge perks one day?
They have said that they are looking at doing that multiple times. They've just never got there. So they were talking about making different tiers. So concierge is currently 1,000, and they were talking about like making what. And I think if you can almost see hints to it already, like at the different awards for like the gold suits and the different other stuff. So I would almost think that's probably where it would go. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, it's Not-A-Tuna time. So we've got one more today. We've actually left this a bit later, so we're going to probably have to go a couple of.
That's okay.
And I did want to.
We do this one, and 30 minutes later we do the pick. There you go.
Yeah. So Not-A-Tuna.
And
I'm going to go grab a.
While you're doing that,
yep.
I'm going to say, if you've got questions, you've got until the end of Not-A-Tuna to get your questions in, because then we're going to lock it off. Because we're now at 9:30. It's getting late. We want to try and get through the questions we've got. So if you've got questions, put them in, and we will try to get to those before we drop dead. Don't forget, if you like our content and you've come back again and you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. We would love to reach 15,000 subscribers by the end of Alien Week. If we do reach that point before the end of Alien Week, we will be buying the Sullian or whatever the concept ship is they have for Alien Week, and we'll be doing it as a giveaway.
Get out the feather duster, Algared. Covered in dust.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how dusty it was. Right. So, I'm going to show this on screen. I want to know what it is and where it is from. Right? And it has a name. And if you turn around and say something, I'll be giving it away. I'll say, as I show it, I'll say, I don't want to know that it's this. I want to know exactly its name. Be very specific. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Again, remember what it is and where is it from. What is its name? It is not the something car. It is, what is it? Yep. A couple of people there that got it right. That's the person that got all of it. Greg Moore got all of it.
What?
So there were people that called it Ecto-1.
I'd have said it's Ecto-1 from Ghostbusters Lego set.
Well, technically, yes, but it's not. I wanted to know what it represented. So the first person that got both, which was Ecto-1 and Ghostbusters, was Greg Moore from YouTube. There were a few people on Twitch that said Ecto-1, and there were a few people that said Ghostbusters, but he was the first person that said both, which is what I was looking for. So, Greg, you are in for that. So, Greg Moore, I'll add him there. Greg Moore. Greg Moore. So and I think this is the first time in a while YouTube has beat out Twitch. So I think that thing I did at the start of the stream where I sped up YouTube as even the playing
done the job.
Well, I already had Twitch at the lower one, and you can't go any lower on Twitch. So I upped the speed on YouTube, and now they seem to be very equal. So which is really good.
So when we do a playback of YouTube, it's going.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work like that, Algared. But anyway.
It's
like old man the abacus trying to figure out how it works, but yeah, it's fine. Right.
All right, X.
Right.
I'm going to give people another 2 minutes before you turn off the questions, before you turn off the bot. So if you've got a question, you've got 2 more minutes to put your questions in, and then the bot is being closed.
Yep. But we probably will be wrapping up at 4 hours regardless, because me and Algared are pretty knackered, and if you can't tell, you can tell we're tired. Like those of us that watch us frequently can tell we're making mistakes. Left, right, and center. We're taking far too long to explain things. We're going all over the shop. There's probably some people out there very statistically loving it because we're stuffing up so much, but that's fine.
Yep. All right, Nova 42, super hard question. What is your favorite Lynx paint?
That white silvery one with the blue screen, I didn't mind.
Yeah, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't mind the purple. I don't mind the blue.
Knowing Algared, like I do, he's going to buy all of them, then go look at them all and take a very calculated look before he chooses his favorite. Because that's what I would do. And that's what Algared would do.
Given I've got the white Phoenix, I'd really prefer a white one that's white or matches the Phoenix.
They're probably going to bring out. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't bring out ones for the Phoenix in the future to match the Ursa. Like, so now you've got like the Carrack Expedition. You could totally see the feng shui Phoenix skin. I could see that, and it ties them all together. You get an Archimedes skin, you get because that's where it's next at, is it not? Getting these match sets. I can't believe they haven't cottoned onto that. They kind of did a little bit with the Carrack and the Pisces, but like,
Yep. Next question, same person. Your favorite Avenger paint? Don't have a favorite. There you go.
There was a black and red one that came out a couple of years ago.
I did like the black. Actually, there was a black one that just kind of black with a white trim. That was.
Is that the new one?
The newer one, yeah.
That just flip it. Yeah, that's a new one. But there was one a couple of years ago, and it was black and red, and I don't think you can get. I think it's a limited one, but it had black and red on it, and they're my colors. So anything that's black and red is kind of my thing. Next one.
Hook had the link to the Alpha Legacy questions.
I went through that, and it seems there is some crossover between what you and I were saying, because it used to be called module access or something. Oh, where was it?
Yep.
I had it
Yeah,
up
they
here.
were talking
So,
about
we'll,
that was like Arena Commander back in the day, and
yeah.
it was
Module passes
original.
have been refunded to store credit on your account. So that's where that Alpha UEC thing you were talking about is.
Yep.
And then so they replaced Alpha Access with Alpha Legacy, and I think that's where the crossover's coming.
Yeah. Well, the UEC, when they refunded you used to buy to get into it, if you didn't have early access, you could get
it's like a $10 thing, wasn't it?
To get in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they refunded those for store
Yep.
credit. But the Alpha Legacy ones,
Mm.
they actually gave 5,000 UEC to add it to the account. So not Alpha UEC, but UEC.
Yeah.
But that was the only real thing that I could recall.
Yeah.
But
and now all that time's passed. As I said way back at the beginning, the only thing that really carries over now, besides a little bit of Alpha UEC, is the they're essentially a combo pack.
So I've got packs go back that aren't Alpha UEC that have both Squadron 42 and the other down in them. So,
but okay, I'll have to say that for myself, because as I said, the only ones that I remember that were combined were Alpha. There are others that have both, but the original. Oh, that's the other thing. I've remembered. It comes with episode 2 of Squadron 42. That's the other thing. That's the other one.
And if that is, that's going to be in the. That'll be in the stretch goal list.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Alpha Legacy, that's what it is. It's episode 2. So yeah, that's what it was. Because that's why they cost so much more, because people are assuming they're essentially like a combo pack, but plus another $50 again. That's what it was. I'm pretty sure that's what. I'll double check it, Algared, after the show, but I'm pretty sure that's where it was.
I do know that the early backers did get that extra pack, the season 2 or episode 2 of Squadron 42. And it was linked to the stretch goals. That would make sense. But yeah. Anyway, so
no, just ignore those ones.
Yep.
Next question by Stengard, who says, "Do you think the Storm could be for Squadron 42?" I think it's Theatres of War. What about you, Algared?
Do you think the Storm could be for Squadron 42? I could be, may not be. I just think it's because it's a small vehicle and they can do it.
That too.
And they wanted something to do.
That too.
And yes, it could be. It's an old vehicle because it's tumbrel, but yeah, old design, but it's been modified or modernized.
Mr. E or Mr. Enigma says, besides the Hull C, which large or capital ship do you expect to see next? Options. No?
A Fury.
I thought it was obvious. It's the Polaris. It's currently being worked on.
Yeah, but which do I want to see? I don't care.
You don't care about the Polaris?
I don't care. Well, when you've got so many ships, you don't care which one comes out.
Oh, right. Sorry, I got to let me put my fancy pants on. Jesus. Right.
Which one do you expect? Yeah,
it'd have to be the Polaris. Yeah.
If it comes, it comes, and I don't mind if, like the big ships, I don't mind if they take their time on them or they delay them, because it means it's going to be better. So
yeah,
it's which one would I like to see? Yeah, the Polaris, but which one? I hope it's not, because
you and I have been here long enough, though. The more time it takes, the better the ship ends up looking. But they're all going to look as good as each other eventually once they all get the gold pass, when they all come back and
when they go back
buff
and polish them and do fit them for service. But yeah.
And there can be radical changes to, and this is very common in game development. You kind of do one as you go through, and then upgrade it. But if you think about it, if they've got 200 plus ships and they're constantly spinning plates and constantly upgrading them, trying to keep them at the level, it's too much work. You do it once, come back and fix it to the final thing. So you've got the rough idea of what it is at the very least, even if it is going all the way back to the oldest big ship, which is the Retaliator. You still know what that's going to roughly be when it comes out and it's fully all. What's the last kind of big one that we got recently? That I'd have to think here. I'm mush.
In terms of release,
what was the last big ship that kind of went into game?
The Galaxy.
No, that was
a larger one.
That's a concept. I mean,
in game.
Geez, I am brain fart today. Sorry, Reclaimer.
Reclaimer.
Oh yeah, Reclaimer would be out there. All right, so let's look at the
Reclaimer 890.
No, that was 4 years ago. 890 was a while ago. God, man. What is it? Someone in chat tell me. What's the... Carrack's pretty recent. So, yeah, the Carrack is definitely a lot more polished than the Retaliator. And you can take that back and you apply those things that they've learned. Even I remember when the MSR came out and it was the first one to get those little panels on it. And then the next lot of vehicles, they updated the panels again. So, you know, like the Mule has updated ones, the Lynx has updated ones. They even went back and put ones on the Pisces and the C8R and stuff like that. So you can see as they're going along, they're adding and adding and adding. And eventually, once everything's added, they'll go back and make sure everything is all topped up to the same level.
I suppose a classic example, the latest large vehicle I did was, I think, was the Taurus. And you saw that had things added that totally not been even thought of. That had the tractor beams added, which we weren't going to think, weren't going to be there. That was going to be a box. They did, okay, it doesn't have the docking column. What are we going to do with that room? So they actually made changes to that ship, but they actually made it a better ship.
Hercules is another one. Someone said in chat, Hercules is another one. And you can even see there, just on the panels that you click on, they were kind of long and fat, and now all the panels are tall and long.
Yep.
So even that's seen a change.
And we've seen those door panels appearing in other ships as they do as well. So
and before that, what were they? They were just the ramps and stuff, and and now we're seeing not just panels, but we're also seeing individual little buttons, like on the cutter, as an example. The cutter doesn't. I don't think it's got a screen. It's actually got a button. So, we're seeing.
You look at the
multiple methods.
You look at the Vulture. Not only do you have open door, closed door, locked door, but you've also got lights on the same panel. So it,
and we're seeing different levels of text. So you got the screen in the other ones, and as Algared's saying, we're seeing physical buttons as well. So they're spreading out and diversifying. And we're just talking about switches. I know that sounds crazy, but it's just we're giving you the whole
so
process.
Things will change, and so the longer they leave a ship, the better it is in the end. So I never mind that. I think we've done that one earlier. That was a polite question.
Algared, do we want to do the tiebreaker one now? Because we've got about half an hour till I kind of want to wrap up.
We want to do the pick at about 10 o'clock. So
now I've got another Lego I can go grab.
Yep. Grab the Lego.
Or is there something else you want to do?
No, grab the other Lego. My
screen
option is locked away, and I can't be bothered to shift everything around to get it.
We can save that for next week, but we're gonna have to start putting some more questions together. I think I will be.
We are going to need to start doing that. All right. So while he does that, Apollo Medevac or Triage. I can never remember which one's which. I think it depends on what you want. I don't think the increased price is worth the slightly better armor on the white one and the extra missile pods. So I think it's Medevac that's red, Triage is white. I could have it back to front, but yeah, I'd probably go the red as being the better option, but I buy a ferry army. Okay, you buy a ferry army. I'm not sure. I'm clearly watching the YouTube chat now and going, huh? So totally threw me on that one. So yeah, I'd probably just look at the standard Medevac Apollo rather than the upmarketed one. Again, what do you want to do? What do you want to? But the extra cost probably isn't worth it. Akala Bellamy. If they can't fix 30k problems, can we just say a system where they get spawned? Well, it's not a matter of it. Where we get spawned in where we were kicked off from it.
Whoa, almost fell over. All right, so this one, Algared, I want a bit more detail than usual.
Yep.
I want to know what it is and the movie it's from.
Okay, what it is and what is the movie.
Remember,
okay.
we're after specific details. So if you go this and
You
instead
go
of this,
Ghostbusters, and that was wrong.
yeah, it's the person that gets all the details wrong.
Yep.
Right. All the
ones
details
that
right.
we
Sorry,
need to
shit,
say.
said that backwards.
Yeah.
Right.
The one who's got most details right, or all the details right.
And you're
So-
going to know why I grabbed this, Algared, because I think it's
Yep.
relevant to today. So, all right, here we go. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, the only people that can answer this, because if you answer it, you're helping them.
Yep.
The only
The
people
only
that we're
people
looking
who
for
get selected-
answers are Edimus06, Dustin Lee Bladesmith, and Greg Moore. They're the only
Yep.
three. So if you're not one of those three people, please do
and
not
you're giving the
answer. Yep.
Then you're giving it away.
Tangrabber, shut the fuck up. Tangrabber, shut the fuck up. Right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. What movie and where is it from? Oh, haven't seen any of them answer. It's getting heavy. Hurry up.
Dustin Lee Bladesmith.
Static Shell, you are not one of those three people. Shut up.
Is Dustin Lee Bladesmith one of them?
He is.
Is it the Tumbler from Batman?
It is the Tumbler from Batman, but what Batman movie is it?
Ooh. Tumbler from Batman Begins.
That is it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's Dustin Lee Bladesmith.
Yep. Where I don't see
hang
that.
on.
Maybe I'm blind.
C.E. Callan said no. Batman Begins.
Oh,
Ed
that's
Kaplan
why, because
said-
I don't have the chat down. There we go. Batman, The Dark Knight tank. Batman, Dark Knight release Tumblr. Who did you say it was?
I thought it was.
Yeah, that's it.
Lee.
Dustin Lee Bladesmith got it. It is exactly that. It is the Batman Tumblr from Batman Begins. That is exactly what I was after.
So they did the Tumblr from Batman,
Yeah.
then someone else said Batman Begins, and then he.
But
came
the
back
reason
and
I
said-
grabbed this is obviously you can see it's very similar. Well, not exactly the same because obviously it's got two windows, but
very similar. Yep.
you can see it's
Hence why you had
definitely.
to tell Sandgraper. Well, it looked good enough that Sandgraper was saying, "Oh, it's Batman! It's Batman!"
Yeah, because I said it's Thegon for today, and he knows what Lego I've got. That's why he was doing it, and I was like, "Shut up, you first." Anyway, all right.
Sandgraper.
Put that over
Doing
here.
doing my best impersonation of Clink.
All right, so in about I don't know 20 minutes we'll do that, and you'll be able to pick. So have a think, Mr. Dustin Lee. I believe that's what Dustin Lee Bladesmith. I'm just going to call you Bladesmith because that sounds cooler.
Yeah.
But Bladesmith, so you're going to have to think about which window you would like to pick.
Yep.
And you are either going to win Zeus skin pack. I guess we'll call it Zeus spacesuit skin pack. An Ares Inferno, a Microtech ship skin pack, or a Crusader ship skin pack. So they're the four options under there, and we've got heaps more to put in the following weeks to come. But I'm enjoying this. I don't know. We are very obviously. Initially, we're going to just do 4, and I think we've done more than 4 now. So we're running out of. We have to start thinking of trivia questions, Algared, and
right. It's getting hard.
And
So
I
you
think
have to-
I think the other thing is we'll probably source this out to the community. What other things do you think we should do for questions and stuff like that? Should we go into more general trivia, more not just Star Citizen trivia and stuff like that? So maybe we can get people to submit questions and answers. We might even have a channel, and we can go back and pick ones from there. I might make it a little easier for it as well.
Well, I'm sorry, Dustin's saying I already have the.
Right now
I
I understand what's going on. All right, so there's a guy called Static Shell that was in Twitch. He was Greg Moore on YouTube, but I was looking for Greg Moore. Right? No. He's even going no.
Okay.
All right. So technically speaking, Static Shell did get that then. Because he actually, no, you didn't, because you called it the Batman Mobile. It's not the Batman Mobile, it's the Batman Tumbler. So now I look at it again, the person that won it did still win it. because it's not a Batmobile, it's a Batman tumbler. It's very specific. It's a detail thing. So yeah.
You did say you wanted the correct details. So.
Yep. So yeah, it's always the correct details. So yeah, if you'd said Batman tumbler, I would have given it to you. Going back and reading chat, but you were off by one little tiny detail. If it had been the 1989 Batmobile, that I would give you. But it's not the 1981. I do want to get that Lego one though, but it's hard to find. So yeah. Anyway, it was designed by Morgan Freeman.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, the actor go. Yeah. Anyway, right. All right.
So,
next question, please, Algared.
So the next question was, sorry if I'm beating a dead horse. If they can't fix 30k problems, couldn't we just see a system where we could spawn in where we were kicked off in our ship, as not to lose our cargo?
I think that's kind of what they're moving towards. But one of the things I've noticed is a lot of people don't. There's a few people been trying this, and you can try it out for yourself because sometimes bed logging works and sometimes they don't. Is when they get in their ship, and that they before they take off, they get in the bed and save their login, and then they fly around. So sometimes when they disconnect, they literally do come back in the bed in the ship. So you can try it. It doesn't always work. It's the same thing with 30k recovery. Sometimes you come back and you're just sitting in the chair in your ship, right?
Yep.
And if that doesn't work, you come back in the bed, so it respawns the ship. But not all. It's just the persistence is just not at that level yet, where it respawns the exact ship you had with the cargo you had. It's the same kind of problem where you can't spawn vehicles into ships, where they're building it in pieces and all the little pieces got to come together. We're just not there yet.
I sometimes wonder whether we even get back on the same server. So
Yeah.
That influences that, but that's just me guessing. Anyway, it'll be nice, but we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. Yes, Sangropa, you're a smart man. Blah blah blah. Shut the hell up. Right.
Just pat on the shoulder. If you weren't an Aussie, we'd tell you to shut up. And no, because you're an Aussie, we'll tell you to shut up.
Exactly right.
We know that you know how to take it.
All right, breakfast of champions time because I'm hungry.
Just Lemming says, if you have CCU questions, just jump on Discord. Yep, do that. That name says, any thoughts on why the Galaxy was not also put on sale with other RSI ships? It's not a military ship. It's so Invictus launch week is military ships. It's the same reason why
only one G12 was available. Only one Mustang was available.
So
first time chatter there. Anyone know if there's a wait period to have a Lynx attributed to one's account? I own an Emerald and logged in earlier to check, but it wasn't there.
Can't tell you.
I think knowing CIG like I do, they sometimes miss the more erroneous packages on the first time. Like to give an example, Algared and I both have a Mustang Amiga. None of the skins work on the Amiga.
Yep.
It is a Mustang, but just none of the skins work. Because someone just forgot to tick a box.
Yep. Have you killed the bot yet, X?
No, but I'll do it right now. But again, Algared, we'll just cut it off when we want to cut it off. Yep. Yeah, but again, you got to realize me and Algared have been up since 1 a.m. It is now 10 a.m. That might not seem like a lot of time. You're going to remember, it's 1 a.m. We are getting up really, really early.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Mike Fields, hey, it's Saturday. I just got here at 8:02. I'm on lunch. I love everything you all do. But can you please repeat everything?
What do you say? Please repeat everything.
Watch the video.
Yeah.
I will rewatch it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I was going to say, like, we're 2 hours behind. We're normally an hour behind. We're 2 hours behind. That tells everything.
Aeration Gamer says multi-role torn on MSR Corsair Connie. Like and hate them for different reasons, but heart with MSR, bad idea. It's a fix my fleet question.
No, I can break that down a little bit. The one that I'd probably lose there is the Corsair, because the Corsair is a lot like the Connie and the Redeemer. It's in between the two. So I could actually lose the Corsair in that one, and that brings your precision down to the MSR and the Connie. And then I think
your heart's with the MSR, so no, it's not a bad idea. There you go.
And I was going to also say data running. That breaks the tie there. So they're the three things you look at. Corsair's kind of similar to the Connie already. If you like the combat more, go into the Connie, to the Corsair. If you don't like the combat, then stay with the Connie.
And it depends on the Connie you've got as well. If it's a standard Connie, then
I'm going to assume it's standard, just from the way he's worded
standard
it.
Connie, you've got nice missiles, but you've only got a P-52. If it's a Andromeda, if it's a Aquila, you've got and a P-52. If it's a Phoenix, you've got a Lynx and a P-72. So, JF. Why does everyone forget that the 100 series has the air reactor? No, we don't forget. We just don't think it's worth it.
We just don't care.
Yeah, we don't care. Has the air reactor in them, meaning you don't have to pay for hydrogen anymore. No, you will. You just won't have to pay as much.
Yeah, that's it. It's just going. This is a gold turd. This is a polished turd. It's still a turd at the end of the day.
And I have heard, I have to have it confirmed, but I have heard that the 300 series apparently also has that. So again, 100 series at $70, 300 series at $90 or whatever it is, and if you've got that, why would you choose 100 series? It's a the air reactor system is just a gimmick.
You're paying for a look over an actual function and form, and it's function. You're paying for, you want function, not form.
And I'm not a hater of Origin. I like most Origin ships. I just hate the 100i. I think the 100i should never have been.
Well, the fact that they had to raise other ships for it to exist properly tells you everything you need to know.
And the fact that you've got the 85X and the M50 at that same size ship, really.
You know how they've roughly, I'll put this to you, a what if question, right? You know how they roughly have gone, right, the number of an Origin ship roughly dictates how big it is. Why the hell couldn't the 100i be as big as the 600i?
Yep.
Why couldn't it have been the order of time they came out in?
Yep. Because reasons.
No.
Sungroper. I question Twitch's ability to function this early. Well, you can question it all you like. Nova 42. If YouTube is down, Twitch is left, and Discord is up, what's on the right? So the question is, where have you got all your Windows X? What's on the right?
So, well, for me and Algared, on this side, these are all the scenes, and then down the bottom is all the individual things that make up the scene. YouTube chat pretty much all the way across the bottom. Then a little tiny tab in the diagonal down here, Algared, that basically this is the start and stop the stream and recording. And then Twitch takes up that whole side. And when we're recording an episode, I'll flick it over to audio for when we're doing that.
But the question, I think, is what have you got on your other screens?
Oh, on that screen. So this screen here is Twitch up the top, YouTube down the bottom. And this whole top screen is just Discord. With the stream questions.
And I've got my ultra wide. I've got YouTube on one side, Discord on the other side, and the stream in the middle. Sandgroper, where does the Storm sit on the Birthright scale? That'd be a smart ass.
I don't know, but I'm going to sit on your face in a minute. All right, next.
Birthright scale being a geographical scale for Storm strength.
I think you're losing your voice, old boy.
It sounds like I'm losing my voice. So yeah, and does it blow above its weight class? Probably does. Very, very geographic jokes there.
All right, do you want me to read for a little bit, Algared, just because of your voice?
Yeah, I think you'll want to appreciate that.
Okay. Quadruple 1998 says, what should CIG do to the Perseus to make it up for the price? Just make it bigger? Yeah, I think. Problem is they can't lower prices. They refuse to. But
because then they get everyone complaining who
bought
it.
No, they've never lowered the price. Not once.
I know.
Honestly, I would actually like to see them lower the price and just give credit back to people.
Yep. Or give everyone a Fury that chuck a Fury onto price or a pair of Furies into the pack. There you go.
Yeah.
Do
give
anything.
them 2 purchases for the price of one.
Yeah, well, I think it's a $300 ship, so.
Oh, 350, 300, yeah, something there. All right.
Grumpy.
I'll let you tick them off though for me, Algared.
Yep.
Just because I've got chocolatey fingers. Grumpy Eagle says, "Hey lads, finally got a Carrack and
Awesome.
a purchase upgrade for it. Do you think I should melt some stuff and buy another Carrack to keep both, or just see where things are going in the future?" That's a fix my fleet.
That's a fix my fleet question.
That's a have to look at your own individual situation, the org you're in. Yeah, but reach out, man. 100% we'll do a fix my fleet with you, even if it doesn't turn into a show. Yeah, Grumpy. So reach out, man. All right, Daniel says, will the RSI Polaris have a tier 1 med bed or possibly have a price increase at this IE? No, I think we talked about this. We literally answered this before, but yeah, tier 2 med bed, and it'll more than likely go up on release. I don't think it'll go up specifically at this AIE. I think the main reason we saw that with the Banner Merchantman was because it was reflected as it was basically the Raelian, which is the ship that has replaced what that was doing. And so because it's gone from this medium large ship to essentially now what is going to be a capital, they just slowly incremented it over time. But if they'd just popped out and gone, oh yeah, there's this $250 ship and now it's $750, people would lose their fucking minds.
Yeah, people would have gone ape. Like I'm staggered when I think of the price it is now compared to the price I got it at. Blows my mind.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. Daniel said, no. Yep. Darpy Derpy Dumb. That's the weirdest name ever.
The Derpy Dumb.
Yep. Anyone know of RSI refresh time unlimited quantity stack? The waves are usually 8 hours apart.
Yep. And I have yet to see. I haven't seen the Phoenix run out yet. Maybe I've missed a couple of sales where it have, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it run out.
But the other thing that I think that you and I would come back to, Algared, if you are a really, really patient person and that ship does speak to you, they will fix it. It's just, it could take 5 years, right? So if you firmly believe in a luxury ship from RSI and you're prepared to wait, you'll get what you paid for. It's just that you have to be prepared to wait with the sorry state it's in right now. I think you would agree with that, Algared, yeah?
I would probably agree with that.
All right. Shinobi Trip says, question, when will there be next Sydney Bar Citizen?
Probably better Sydney Bar Citizen, I do believe it's one that's been put forward as being in Newtown. Possibly meeting up at the Marley, was the last I saw. And it's in, I think, a month's time, but it's not one of the ones I normally help organise, so I can't answer that. I have to go into the.
Is the one after? Is the one after that the one that's going to be in January?
I would expect that I'd expect that should be one in January. Oh well, I know this is one being planned for January. I
have to book my tickets for that one, aren't I?
But yeah, but yes, so.
Let me know when you know, so I can book.
I'll have to chase that one up again. So
yeah.
All
right.
The January one is definitely one you want to make sure you go to. So yeah, I'll just say that.
Yep. I don't think you can say any more than that. Anyway, Evanescence Shadow says, "What is your prediction on the SRV's release price?" I think we answered that one before, so I'll skip that one. Ackley says, or ACLI says, what do you think will be add-on engineering manual for modders digitally? The way he says it, you can tell he's copied and pasted it. Well, they originally wanted to make it so that you could make your own servers and stuff. And I do think the way that I could probably see that going now, if you wanted to have your own servers, is maybe you can have your own one single procedurally generated system that would be limited by the number of people you could have in it. But I don't think you're going to have, with the way the game's gone, multiple servers with server meshing and all that. I think they might let you play with a small group of friends in a predetermined not sorry, a procedurally generated system that's probably got no landing zones or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, Algared, what do you think about that? I think it's changed a bit.
Yeah, I think there's lots of things from back then have changed. I wouldn't have a guess. I know there's supposed to be an add-on for the engineering manual for modders. I know there was also an engineering manual for helping people modify their ships, and so whether is that the same thing or not, I know. Like I saw it in your hangar when you were showing earlier. You had the workbench, which was originally sold as an item which would basically enable you to modify components and stuff. And I do believe that's one of the things the character's actually got in it. It's actually got the workbench, or a workbench inside near the drone room. So, but that's yeah, that's all I really know. I haven't really paid attention to that. I'm not someone who is able to mod stuff, so it's not stuff I've paid attention to.
I think it's changed a lot since the original days, and I wouldn't be surprised if they replace that with some kind of credit or something. Just there's going to have to be a lot of erratas. You know this as well as I do before release. Algared, there's a first-time chatter there, and it has a kind of interesting conundrum question, so I'll put this to you.
Yep.
So it's by Rohan327, who says, will the RSI Lynx work with the Crusader Mercury Star-Runner like small crew exploration gameplay?
Yes.
It would technically work, but I'd go the Ursa, wouldn't you, if you wanted just the exploration part of that? See my conundrum, right?
Well,
it's like, yes, technically it does, but did you stop to think if you should?
Yeah, that's the question. It does, should. Originally, the MSR was made, and it has the same cargo capacity, or had the same cargo capacity as a Connie.
Yep.
Same as the Corsair has the same cargo capacity as a Connie. The MSR originally had its turret mount right in the middle, and they put it there originally so that you couldn't actually get vehicles in, because they were trying to make that differentiate them. That changed. Any vehicle that fits in a Connie basically fits in a Connie Andromeda will fit in a PFIT, would fit in a MSR or a Corsair. So yes, an Ursa should fit in a MSR. So should the Lynx.
And you've also got to look at the actual exploration of the MSR itself. It is not as generalistic as, say, something like a Connie.
Yep.
So it's kind of undergunned. It can't take care of itself as well when it's out and away actually exploring. And we haven't even got into things like fuel or anything like that. So you start to roll it through. Ships are tailored to certain things.
Given that I think that the Connie cargo bay tends to be longer and narrow. This is just perception.
Yep.
On my perception, but it seems to be longer and narrower than the MSR's cargo bay. And also,
I can undo your perception for you. You know, I'm really good at changing things for you. Take that whole cargo bay and turn it sideways, and you got the MSR.
And I think the cause is the same. But I think that also means that the G12 would also fit in an MSR.
Yep.
Because it's a wider base, and
I'd agree with that.
Wider, it should fit.
I'd agree with that.
But the question is, what should you take? And if you're after a rover that's enclosed, go for the cheapest rover, which is the Ursa, which is got room for more people, cargo space, and it's slightly more durable, apparently.
Yeah, and you bring more cargo back to the MSR, to take it somewhere.
But
do you know the one I keep coming back to now? I started thinking about the data running is a vehicle that actually does have data storage on it. There would be a need for that with the MSR.
There's a need for that. We don't have a vehicle.
And the Herald as well, now I think about it. A vehicle. Oh, wow. The IT truck. I never saw that coming. Who would make the IT truck? The Grey Cat It.
The
telecom truck.
Telstra truck.
The Telstra truck. I like that. That's good. I like that. Sorry, for those of you that are in the up-over, Telstra is our main phone provider here in Australia, so that'd be similar to Telecom in Britain, or AT&T in the States, or Verizon, or
or Vodafone,
or something like that, or
whatever
Optus.
it is.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. So yeah.
like,
All right.
Yeah.
Next one. Should I upgrade? This is from Arrakis Kaz MD. Aria Kaz MD. Does that mean they're a doctor, an MD? Should I upgrade my 600 Explorer to the Polaris or something else of that style already have the Carrack? Yeah, I would.
yes.
If you've already got the Carrack, absolutely.
And if you prefer the 600i Explorer over the Carrack, which I don't understand how anyone could, but then do the reverse. But yeah, you only need one Explorer, really. If you're looking for, and this is where this is the fix my fleet type of application. You're stretching your gameplay options. If you've got Explorer, you can do exploring to the cows come home. But if you go Explorer, say Polaris, then you've got the exploration mode, plus you've got the combat mode with a kind of small ship Carrack. So it's looking at those options that you've got and just trying to stretch your dollar to give you the most gameplay options.
Yeah. You want it more gameplay, and also there's the earn down economy, so you can take the Carrack and just earn straight back down to the 600i. Explorer, you're done. You better to have that versatility. Yes, and you can technically earn sideways as well. So you can take a Carrack and earn into. I'm trying to think of something that's not Explorer in that price range. The Liberator, there's a good one, 575. It's kind of sideways.
Yep. Ben Hanna from YouTube asked me a question in chat. He says, "What did I buy?" Basically, this sale, I've only bought 2 Furies, and I intend to buy more because I'm buying them as prizes for Crux Cup or Scarlet Apex. So, yeah.
Yep. All right. Sorry about that. I was answering that question, Agrid. As you saw, Asa09 says, when can we weld in game so we can make monsters? I don't think we're ever going to be able to weld like that. I think we can repair, and I know that there's in Squadron 42 the vent stuff, but there's no joining. I think he's thinking of Tears of the Kingdom, because they have this weld similar thing in Tears of the Kingdom where you can just add all these objects together. That's the new Zelda game, Algared. Because you're not young and hip like me with the kids. But are any of your kids playing Tears of the Kingdom?
No.
Oh, there you go. See?
No, they're still into Minecraft.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, you can join this stuff together. But as far as I'm aware, there's nothing like that in Star Citizen. It is Algared, anything? Just repairing the chopping of events and stuff, yeah? Or opening of things.
Although Shinobi Trip said, did we watch Croncy's video yet?
No, and we're probably not going to because we've run out of time.
But
apologies.
We might watch it later. Maybe we'll do that as one of our videos.
Maybe it could be the video for the week and we just don't do anything right now.
We just sit there and watch and do our...
Re-upload Crunchy's video, yeah.
Upload Crunchy's video, our reaction video, yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest, we will try to get to it, but yeah, sometimes time just gets away from us. And we all...
You guys ask too many questions, so
it's your fault. Yeah, it's your fault. Yeah, blaming you. We can just relax. Not our fault now. Anyway, right. Moosebeard says, think they'll allow AI NPC wingmen of snub fighters in the future game. Do you think they'll allow AI? I was hoping they would, because that makes so much more sense from the death of the spaceman thing, but also if the mothership is flown by a human, then why can't the snubs be tied to that? Kind of like the way I look at it is putting an AI in the Merlin with the Connie, right? So if it has a mothership, that's the one because it's not being controlled. It's got to fly with the mothership. The AI, so
it's staying with the mothership. Yep.
Instead of filling AI, like putting AIs all in capital ships and, like they've all got rail guns and they're way too powerful. I could see the power mechanic there, but a snub is not powerful because it can't really go outside that window. So you can just warp away and
and
negates it.
Otherwise, certainly I know in Squadron we're gonna have a wingman. Hence the old T-shirt, Cal is my wingman. Hence that. By the way, that T-shirt, the old Star Citizen T-shirt, Cal is my wingman, is actually referring to Cal Mason, Carl Mason is my wingman.
Mm.
So that would make sense to if they've got AI wingmen in the fighters in Squadron 42 to be able to have maybe one or two work with your ship, work with your fleet in Star Citizen. But how much they're going to allow that, I don't know. And I could see there's it opens a can of worms. Definitely the snubs would work though.
Okay, next question.
Manfred?
Sorry, I'm doing
Oh,
some.
no.
Yeah, you go for it. You go for it.
So Manfred has a question. They said, do you know if the Crucible will have any repair drones? Yes, it does. Or is this going to be a medium-heavy fighter repair ship only? No, it's actually got 4 drones. It was one of the things. In fact, go back and watch our ship scrutiny on the Crucible.
Part 2, if you want to save some time.
Part 2.
Yep.
In fact, we did 2 parts. We did part 1, and then we realised I think we found some more information, and we watched it, and we were just blown away by.
So we did a whole another second episode on it because it was like, yeah, we missed some stuff.
So ship scrutiny on the Crucible 1 and 2, and that's everything.
But you really only need number 2. You don't need to watch number 1. But yeah.
But if you watch number 1, it just increases the views. You know that.
And whatever. But I also think there is room there for that middle repair ship.
Yep.
That might be its weakness. It just doesn't have drones.
Yep.
So the other 2 have drones, and if you think about it from a developer standpoint, that's really good because that's the first ship you can get out because it doesn't need the drones.
Yeah, and it also means you've got the Vulcan that has drones is only drones. You've got one that's no drones but has the other stuff, and then you've got the Crucible that has everything.
Yeah.
So.
But then, mate, that might also be a staple of repair. They all have drones. Maybe they are the drone ships of Star Citizen. We just don't know yet.
Well, we also know the Salvage has drones because we know the.
True. No, you're right there. I'm wrong.
Crucible has drones. We also, So, anyway.
Yeah. All right. EDS Kepler says you just need to check my fleet for that type of guys. What? Check my fleet.
A check my fleet list rather than a fix my fleet. So you want to check my. So it's going back to that discussion of where.
Oh yeah, for
Hey, do you want to check my fleet?
Oh no, but I think fix my fleet.
Sometimes they do say, "Hey guys, can you check my fleet?" And we go, "Oh yeah."
I think it's a bit of. I think it comes down to branding though. Fix my fleet is known now, so it's a naming thing.
And usually anyone who wants to do that goes into Fix My Fleet channel anyway, and people do that. And if it's a topic they think, our mods or others think is a good one for us to do an actual Fix My Fleet on, they pass it up a line to us. Or if we see one we think like the look of, we go, ooh, that might be good.
I'm going to let you read the next question because I want to see you butcher that name. Because that name is had.
DJ Psychosis.
That's how I would have said it too. That's exactly how I would have said it.
What are your thoughts on the Fury and the Fury MX?
This isn't called Fury Buyer's Guide. There's a whole video we made on it. You can go watch it.
The first 5 seconds is actually the Buyer's Guide, and the rest of this is Paul X and I waxing lyrical in terms of
where it's going to go.
And the options for it.
There you go, Algared. It's DJ Psychosis.
DJ Psychosis. Okay.
Psy, S-I, it's Japanese lettering. Psycho and Cis. Yeah, okay. I get it now. Yep, I get it now. Right. Psy is, well, I'm hoping it's Japanese because Psy and Co is Japanese lettering. Anyway. Ed Kepler asks, do you think the Storm will fit into the Corsair constellation, MSR, and other ships? No. Because it's ballista, it's technically a large vehicle, so no. So your smallest ship is going to be the Hercules or the Liberator.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's the worst thing about that tank.
It's kind of like the G12 versus the Ursa.
Yep, same argument.
Same problem.
I would love to be able to bring it up, but I don't think they've.
It looked smaller when we were first doing it, but when we were first looking at it and thinking about it. But yeah, it's a.
They've got a Storm wall, but they don't have the Storm on Hangar Link. So we could add a giant whale Algared if we ever want to look for scale. All right.
Ace, we've actually answered that question already. What are our thoughts on the Storm, if any? Or if not, already answered.
And we'll have a buyer's guide on the weekend, more than likely as well. So that'll go into detail for you. Long story short, kind of like we just said there about the weakness. It's got a weakness, but it's a vehicle. Most vehicles we don't recommend buying either. I think they're kind of short and sweet, Algared. Yeah.
Yep. And we're almost at the end. I
Yeah.
can see the end of the list.
Yeah, I know. My eyes deceive me.
I know.
Monster Avery.
Avery.
Yep, they're protecting every single potential customer. Don't offend anyone. Just be generic as possible and re-answer the same questions so no one gets upset. Yeah, that too.
Yep.
But like,
It's frustrating, but yes.
by every time you don't upset someone, you upset someone else. So what I'm trying to say is, there's this whole mentality at the moment to protect everyone, and I don't think that's the way. I think it's needs of the many. That's why I said, that's why my comment was aliens, because if aliens came down, all that shit goes out the window. It becomes, we are humans. It's the survival of the species. Yeah. What is the priority? And our society has to change so much that it's just basically pandering. And it's like people have got nothing better to do than complain. It's really weird. Anyway. You were saying anything, Algared?
Angroper has a question for you.
Yep, go for it.
If it's a Lego vehicle, do you still recommend it?
Do you enjoy the build experience? That Ghostbusters one, I had more fun building that than almost anything I've built in a long time.
So in answer to that question, yes. If it's a Ghostbuster, if it's a Lego vehicle, yes, we may recommend it. There you go.
But yeah, there are some Lego pieces I built that are very repetitive, like especially if you've got the same piece 5 or 6 times that you got to build and it takes you an hour per piece, they can be really annoying. Anyway, like one my mum built was the Colosseum, and that was a pain in the ass. Anyway.
I can see that pain in the ass. Wolves Teeth Syndicate.
Yeah.
Says, keen to know what survival skills Execute has.
Well, I live in Tasmania. I also live in Australia. So I'm in a remote part of the world. So we all kind of have basic camping skills here, cooking skills, campfire. We learn to shoot. I've even done archery, things like that, hiking, all that type of thing. I think as Australians, we learn about deadly animals and, basic survival skills.
Snakes, spiders.
Yep. I don't know, Algared, you could speak to this as well, because I think any Australian could speak to the basics of what we learn here.
Yeah, a lot of us have more skills than others, but yeah, certainly
learn about what animals to stay away from and stuff like that. Animals in your area, and
how to avoid magpies. All the usual stuff.
That's up in your area. So we don't have that. We have plovers down here.
Oh, I hate plovers.
Plovers are worse than magpies in my book.
They are.
You'll see those videos on YouTube of magpies, but plovers actually have like a spur, which is essentially their elbow and their wing. So as I can't turn my arms backwards, obviously. They literally try to put those spurs into you. They've killed people with them, so they are pretty deadly.
Yep, they're absolute maggot bird. We get them as well. Horrible. And they're stupid.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but yeah, I can see what he's getting at. Yeah, we definitely all live more comfortable lives than say 50 years ago and 100 years before that, and that is totally true. But again, don't you want some good round balancing? That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not like you don't want to be too cushioned, but you don't want to be too hard the other way. Like again, it's like look at a third world country as opposed to a first world country. Yeah, you kind of want to balance. So yeah. All right. What is the meaning of life? 42. Yeah. Put your trippers up there, but you didn't. Question: do you have an org? Does it have a focus? And are you looking for members? No, and no. We have an org, but not an Inforunners org. Is what I think he's implying. So me and Algared are actually in the same org, which is an Australian org called, was it Southern Cross Alliance?
Southern Cross Alliance, yep.
We have been asked to start an org. We may look into that in the future, but we don't want the headache of running something when there's not enough game for it to be played around. Or definitely orgs that we can recommend for you if you are into a particular thing. Reach out. Talk about it on the Discord. There is so much chatter on our Discord. It is so active. It is not funny. if you're ever lonely, that is the place to be because there's always someone there all hours of the day.
Yeah,
All
actually,
right.
That girl's right. 42 is the question.
Oh, is it?
The answer is, yeah, something else.
Well, that's a chicken and the egg question. Actually, Algared, do you know the answer to that one? Chicken or the egg? I do. And I had this as a philosophical question that I talked out with a couple of professors at the local university here, and they agree with me. It is the is it the chicken or the egg? And it's actually what came first is the egg, because the creature that laid the egg was not a chicken. So well, no, because if you think about how evolution works, the egg comes first because then the chicken would then come out of the egg, but the creature that laid the egg was not a chicken. It was the evolution one step before a chicken.
If you're an evolutionist.
Oh, man, we just opened a can of worms. Right, I'm going to leave it there. But yeah, I'm talking from a purely standpoint. Anyway, yeah, it could have been a dinosaur, as an example someone just said. Yeah, absolutely, because dinosaurs did turn into birds. Or some of them. Right.
So, yes, we do have an org, or I'm in an org. It's Southern Cross Alliance. It's fairly general. We probably have a focus more on racing because we do run the Crux Cup. And we're always open to members if you want to join, but it's an Australian org, so, and if you're not Australian or Southeast Asian, whatever, yeah.
I just realised we didn't do Not-A-Tuna. We should have done this earlier. So, Mr. What was his name? Bladesmith. You around, Bladesmith?
He is.
Have you had a thought, Bladesmith, about what window you would like, sir? Let us know.
Are we going through the square window?
Yeah, blue square window.
The round window. The triangular independence window.
You keep calling it independence. Everyone else calls it Triforce. It's the only one that calls it that. Anyway. And the TIE Fighter green window. So, yeah. Right, Dustin. Waiting for Dustin.
Dustin time for that.
Nobody's waiting. Yeah, no one's waiting, Dustin. It's all good. No one's waiting for you. It's fine.
Here's a show.
We need to get it. We need to take up a violin. I'm here. Yes, we know you're here. What window would you like, sir?
Window. Where? Circular, triangular.
Which window, please, Dustin?
Yes. Yes, choose your destiny.
I'm about to roll a 4-sided die if you don't hurry up and pick a window, Dustin. No pressure.
Is force.
Your life only depends on it. He picks a green. He picks the TIE Fighter. And what does he get?
It's because of all those force references that he was getting.
He gets
the Zeus.
That's twice in a row now. Stuffing with their head mentally. So he got the Zeus skin pack. And just to prove that we are not cheats and hacks, I will take all the other ones off too, so you can see what was there. So behind the red window, we had the Microtech skin pack. Behind the Triforce, we had the Finley Microtech.
And under number 1,
that's Crusader. That's Crusader. That's Microtech. Yeah, we had it backwards. Yeah. The Inferno.
Yep.
So they were all there.
Yep.
That's what we picked. So, get in contact with Algared. You're going to get that one, don't you, Algared? So if you can reach out to Algared, please, Bladesmith, and Algared will get that one. And he will get that gift.
I will endeavour to get those for you.
Yep. All right. Other than that, I think we're kind of going to wrap it up there, Algared.
Yeah, don't forget, we are hoping to reach 15,000 subscribers on YouTube by the end of Alien Week. If you'd like to support us, the best way you can support us is by hitting that subscribe button, the thumbs up, and the bell. And if we do reach that 15,000 before the end of Alien Week, we will be buying what we believe is a Sullian, a Gatak ship that we believe is going to be released, or whatever ship is released at that time. And that will be a giveaway we do.
All right, I think I'm going to try and do a double raid here. I've never pulled this off before, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to try and double raid Paul on both if we can. Just bear with me for a second. It'd be an interesting experiment, to say the least. Got to do a redirect, as they call it on... there it is. Customization. Redirect. the Astro Hub. There he is. He's live. So I'm going to save that. And so that'll automatically switch over when we finish on YouTube. But I have to do it on the Twitch. So we'll be saying goodbye to Twitch first. The Astro Hub. Say hello to Paul for us. He will actually probably be joining me on Drake Day, I believe. Him and Loken are meant to be there, but we'll see. So we'll get that raid together. What? What are you laughing at?
Bladesmith says, my gut was saying blue square one, the blue square one.
Yeah. Go listen to your gut, bro. And I have been mentally stuffing with people because I just want to point this out. Statistically, the only two windows that have been picked or high sensibility are the Triforce and the TIE Fighter. No one, not a single person has picked the square one. And I keep putting the good shit there. So next week, it's not going to be there. I'll tell you that right now, because I've done it 3 times in a row. I've put that Inferno on the square, and nobody's picked it. So I'm going to move it this week because I have to. All right, everyone on Twitch, say goodbye to YouTube.
Really?
Or do I really? Yes.
Anyway, bye, guys.
Mine fucking you. Anyway, right. Anyway, bye, Twitch. So they're off. And all right, so YouTube, yeah, we'll be doing a buyer's guide. Don't know who's going to turn up for that. Trying to get badges. Maybe get Mr. Paul himself. We'll see. All right.
Yep.
I think I just end the stream and it goes over. I don't think I have to do anything else.
Well, we're going to end. Hopefully it goes over to Paul.
And if it doesn't,
find out.
Let us know. All right. Yeah. With that, he's been Algared.
Take care. Bye. He's been Execute.
We'll catch you in the next one.
We're out of here.
Bye. I've had too much chocolate. High as a kite. Right.